Nacha Nachimuli Mpanga. I'll be your host for that day. I'm an architect and product designer, so I believe I'm in the right place. So today we are officially here for the launch or the opening of the Sasa College of Industrial Design. I believe the College of Industrial Design will also serve as an innovation center in the future. You may all be wondering what is industrial design really? Some of you may have encountered it in the things you use daily, everyday things, the watches you're wearing on your hands, the phones you're holding, the cameras they are holding, your cups and plates that you use in your house have all been designed by an industrial designer. So Dr. Kenneth, if you could lead us together with our chief guest to two other facilities and help us understand what we're trying to do.
Alive in me, the word is working inside of me. Oh, the spirit of life is alive in me.
Product. Because without especially when they're designing for a local market. So we'll have to do it. Something very interesting here is the origin. The design is here. So how does it work? Yes, good. And here we're waiting a lot of space rather than just take up the team. If you put a whole pot there, you know what I think? Just let it come from you. Then the background I would like to see the design of the window at your home. So the background you roll it down. You don't have to see background all the time. They're still designing to come over there. So come there, you need you feel like you're designing that's how windows. It's a simple design. It's very difficult. You cannot put a one change was it? Charge government. So our development some of us should take a whole course to understand the form. Yes. But I was expecting but the journey needs to start. Yes. So all these are designed by us. So ideally, kati muno mbuzamu feeling oba mutanda mugamba aleme kusibayo because I want to put it in a particular way. Then what they also get an idea in the night. You can't. Good job. You know what? Go take a computer.
Now getting there.
You get the idea. Let's take it to plastic. Plastic is very good.
It works.
So this is like if you get a foreign design with the country, so I'm sure to give them privacy.
And they're designing for Ugandan industry. Yeah.
Especially tutors, without faculty.
Yes.
I'll bank so much on those relations.
Yes.
You see on the screen what the team do.
Yes.
50 years of industry.
Yes. So for us, we're just starting the journey. Yeah.
But we'll get there.
We'll get there. Every country has ambitious visuals. It's for the lady.
So the material we apply to this is really waterproof.
That's what?
Really waterproof. So the water will down.
Okay.
We're not getting it out track. How about out there? I don't know more.
Okay. Zoom where you
Because when you're a designer, we'll talk about an organ to do this very simple, which is now a big deviation. Designing a
Yes.
exactly.
Someone else does the development.
But in this project, we're going to have to come with we're going to try it out.
The person designing will also do their own prototype.
See, as it work, once you see. Then one day, what you are going to say, but you can't get it in the way.
So you're providing them with the materials as well.
So that's why the fees will be a little bit high. Before you leave this place, they give it to you.
Yes.
So these are you see, big, we had a 54-meter team.
Dr. Sento. He's just the best thing that happened to us.
So Piers, the reason I put this name after Mom, all of us are guests. Architect W. Ssenwogerere, you hear about him a lot. He's one of the head architects in town. When I finished in 1999, he hired me for 7 years. He gave me so many opportunities. The biggest was State House in Tepe. When I was there, I was in charge. Okay? And I got so many contacts. Until now, I can get to some places because of Ssenwogerere. So this building is made out of his name in memory of what he has done. And the reason it's called prototyping is because when somebody designs something, there's the stage called prototyping. Before you give it to manufacturers to waste their money, you're going to come here and prove and calculate and double check. You go back to the design, you come back this way. Yeah, so that's why we have named 3 buildings. This one is W. Ssenwogerere. The other one I'll tell you, and the last block we were at, I don't know where my siblings, come over here. Yeah, so we are 6, so it's called, come to the PS here. Yeah. So that residence block is called G6 residence because we are 6 of us, so it's named after them, because everybody made a contribution as them, to me, when I was growing. Okay? Yeah, so we got the final destination PS. Okay. So we'll start from this place.
Someone's books are already on the table.
Australian. This is one that they use materials. All the materials in the world.
Scarves. Jugs.
Yes. How they process it.
I see.
Yeah.
Knives. And I'm also leaving you these ones.
Thank you.
While you are being very creative, I would like to give you our national industrial policy.
Thank you so much.
So that you also have a mind of where government of Uganda is going with industry as you're creating an innovative design, building and reskilling Uganda. Have this in mind. You are the custodian here.
This is material, this is processes. That's why it's a long haul. That's why things are very expensive because
Cutlery,
the knowledge that goes
makeup, the jackets. These are things we never think about.
If Uganda can get here, then
Even the British uniform, the royal escort. Wow.
so they go plastic, wood, metal, cloth. So it's quite deep, but very good. Here we go. See, the name is called Discovery.
Okay.
Because when you go there, you have to discover what else to do. You know, when the situation room, White House.
Right.
Hey, the one I know about na kola na what you have?
This one, the yellow.
Hey, these are high grade delivery shop. This is the strongest. Running a very heavy.
Only a scientist can do that.
This is for even before you put the workshop, prototyping, not out of plastic. They run this thing with the little chap. Then I go to the box of the machine as it used to make up a plastic piece.
if you're doing design plastic.
Exactly. Then even when you design a ball or a chair or a bag.
But it's like a 3D printer.
Exactly.
Oh my God, we have 3D
You got 3D printing, yeah. So the
I always see them on the social media. Now it's home. This is very good.
So,
Yeah, this one.
yeah.
And we're still going. This is the future.
Hey, plan of 2016. By the way,
Very
still a
nice.
lot of work. Now, when it's just stuff on this table. This is the paper we use. No crack, no tracing over. A lot of work is going here. This is really like the hub where things happen. They give us a contract, design us.
Which means that your students are also going to be designing. And then they can also do finished prototypes with the manufacturer.
So this is a design institute and another picture. It's open. Say they are minus, plus, then you say, now I take up. So you go back and what's the Busiika, maybe the 2 liter, but what's the market seeing? Small, the energy for the bag. So the next day, they could be new, a majority of it.
You want to maintain it. So you want to bring an electric one. Leave us on the old one.
Then we package.
I know.
So iPhone was in Jira.
I'll send you something because government also wants to start a packaging industry, like a real packaging industry. So we want to allocate space to industrial parks. And each industrial park should have like a packaging hub for the rest of the industry.
But all the things that you can't, it's very small because of the
Design, the materials.
But until we do this is now coming to good. Now shall go to the opening ceremony. So get the rope where it is. It's my boss there. Now, this is going to be something. Now, for the public here, this is one thing I want to do. They call it CSR. Yes, CSR. Because Busiika is made of people who may not get the chance ever to actually leave Busiika, get to Kampala, get to Entebbe, we are going to try and bring upload here. So we intentionally bought a very, very big, very powerful projector. We bought a cable, we bought a big screen. Yeah. Then we bought mics, and then we bought this. Now, we told them about, if someone has ever gone to London, Tokyo, or so we will put up Nano Singer or yes, where they come. You can get a underground train. So, for example, this one here. You're very familiar with this. Plays that shows you what happens in London underground. People never name it to London, but when you see this, you relate. So this will be our CSR, teach them about Airbus A380, teach them about the Mary, the airliner,
Titanic.
Yes. So it's going to be like giving back.
Yes. This is your CSR call.
Exactly.
Well done.
Now, again, my mother's called Esther. My father's called William. Hey, I don't know where mommy, I don't know. Mommy can come. But you see, as we're ushering there, so I've named them about after. Yeah.
Well, this sounds like a British passport.
I know. Yeah.
Is that now that is Uganda?
You know, but in design, we use so much of abstract. Good design,
Abstract.
they have a story.
Yes. Okay, fine.
We shall go there and do it. So, generally, this is the moment. Do the moment, then we go back. Mami, kama ni mida kwa kukula. Mami she's still young.
Twatandikira mu primary.
Walking on the inside, flowing through the outside, making rain. So I lift my hands tonight. The limitations are broken. I lift my voice tonight. All the walls around.
Ladies and gentlemen, for me this is a very special moment here in Busiika. And why it is special? Because it is a beautiful coincidence that I went to school with Mr. Ssemwogerere Kenneth. Primary school from B1. And then God meets us in such a way. He's doing design. He's a scientist. You know, scientists are very serious people in the country.
Yes.
And then it just happened to be Nabasuze. I am the PS of industry. This one. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sasa College of Industrial Design has been launched today by my humble self, and I'm very grateful and humbled. Okay, members, let us pray. Munsikirize kansabe buluganda. Kale. Katonda kitaffe, Katonda omwana, Katonda omwoyo omutukuvu. Tweyanziza nnyo kino. Kubanga gwe mwennyini gw'okikoze. N'osobozesa omuddu wo n'abantu bonna bakoze nabo. Okulaba nga tukulaakulanya eggwanga lyaffe lino erya Uganda. Eririna motto egamba nti for God and my country. Tukwebaza kubanga kino kituukiriza. Katonda afayinza bira tukwebaza olwa mama waffe PS gw'oleese. Nga wamuteeka mu ministry eyo akole okulaba nga ebyobusuubuzi bikulaakulana ate mu mbeera ekwesa ekitiibwa. Tusaba ekizimbe kino Mukama n'ebizimbe ebirala byonna bye tulambudde obituulemu obiwa omukisa. Abaana bonna oba abantu bonna abagenda okusomera wano baveewo nga bayize nga bategedde obulungi bwo nga bagenda mu nsi eno eya Uganda okukola bye tubadde tulaba nga biri wala nga bitutuuseeko wano kumpi Mukama. Tukkiriza nti Katonda waffe gw'oli wano, gw'oli ne Dr. Kenneth team, gw'oli ne PS eri gy'ali okumanya ebyetaago byonna bye twetaaga ku lw'eggwanga Uganda, era gw'ogenda okubituukiriza. Kale kola bulungi ng'owa omukisa byonna ebigenda okukolebwa wano okutandikira ne ku kino eky'okugulawo mu linnya lya Kitaffe n'Omwana n'Omwoyo Omutukuvu tusabye. Amiina.
God said, go and subdue. I will bless you. I will bless the works of your hands.
Yes.
May He bless. May He be a blessing. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Yes, two people I want to take a photo with. The team of Sasa Infrastructure Group, the architects who work with me. Like I told you, the funding has come from that farm for many years. So over there, so Faith and the team who work with my team from Sasa, they would work with.
And welcome back, Madam PS. Thank you for being with us today. And may we give our chief guests a round of applause. And give ourselves a round of applause. Give Dr. Kenneth a round of applause. And the entire team that has worked with him to bring us this far, as well as our events organizers. So we'll be getting into a presentation on the role of industrial design in the development of a nation's manufacturing industry. Industrial design, I think Dr. Kenneth, along the journey, you tried to show us the design studios. You showed us the workshop where we shall be prototyping some of the designs that we'll come up with in the studios. You showed us where the students will be staying, but industrial design doesn't stop at the school. It continues into the manufacturing industry, and that's why I guess you invited the Permanent Secretary of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, because we want government to play a major role in taking up these projects and these designs that come out of this school and taking them to industry. Industrial design in itself is really for mass production. So how can we, if someone designs the bed, the two-legged bed that Dr. Kenneth is coming up with his team, are we going to be able to mass produce it and sell it to everyone in this room? That's the role of industrial design. And we hope that someone in private sector or even Dr. Kenneth can expand this school into a center that can mass produce these products. So thank you very much. Azat Armstrong from Formswell Industrial Design, farm in Australia. He'll be taking us through his experience in Australia and how the industrial design has played a key role in their company to give us an understanding of what we can do and how Design College. Welcome Mr. Dan Armstrong, Director of Formswell Industrial Design. We're here with a group of Ugandans interested in industrial design and here to launch the official opening of the Sasa College of Industrial Design. So please take it away.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a great honour to be talking to you today from here in Australia. It's a very hot day here today, close to 40 degrees. So it's definitely, we're all back on deck from Christmas time and very busy. But thanks very much, Dr. The college over the last 4 years now, I think. You can correct me there if I'm wrong, Dr. Ken. But it's been amazing to see the journey that you've taken and where you've ended up and what you've created. So yeah, well done with everyone there with opening this design school. It's not an easy thing, as you can see. I've been involved with the university here in Canberra in Australia for 20 years, since I used to be at the university, and I still am a curriculum advisor. So I see a lot of the changes and the things happening in industrial design at a university level ongoing, and it's really interesting to see. A college for purely industrial design there in Uganda. It's a very good, it's such an amazing facility to have people learn about industrial design. I remember not knowing about industrial design when I was young. And we are quite successful in design. It's important, and people can see that. And people will be able to identify with Ugandan design, hopefully one day, through schools like the Sasa College. This will allow you not to just be relying on sourcing products from China and other countries, but creating your own industries, which is very exciting. So it gives you that more independence, and allows you to create products that have meaning from your country, not just Hong Kong and the US throughout the years and throughout the year. And I tend to come back with good information on what's happening in the industry. So I'm really happy to share that with you ongoing, if you would like. And then hopefully that means that we have a good relationship one day in the future, and we can you guys can use us as a resource, and we can use you guys. You know, we can outsource design to Uganda. That would be great, because when we get business creativity and what the market's doing. So I think a big one that's happening at the moment is AI. I'm not sure if you guys are watching that space much at the moment, changing a lot currently. So it's a good thing to keep an eye on. Obviously 3D printing, we've got 3D printers in our office and we use them a lot. It'd be something for you guys to look at for the centre. I can help you with, you know, with how those set up and which ones to get, and the best way integral to designing products, because you can test the products really quickly and look at them and see them and use them before going to market. I think another big thing is 3D software, so understanding how to create these parts or your design on the computer to communicate your idea of the design to suppliers, to manufacturers, to people in your organisation, so everyone understands what your ideas are and they're very clear. So I think that's something you guys, you know, could work on over the next few years and understanding more of, and I can help there as well. Exciting, and that's probably about it for me, I think, now.
Thank you to Dan Armstrong for that brief introduction and the interest. Some of you will be seeing him more here when you come to do some training. I'll now invite our chief guest to give her keynote address. Please join us in welcoming her to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. and Mrs. Sserunjogi, abakadde baffe abatuzaalira omwana afuuse ensonga leero, omwami Kenneth Ssemwogerere, tubasizzaamu ekitiibwa. Our designers who have been working with Dr. Ssemwogerere, the industrialists in the room, leaders of and captains of industry, our fourth estate, from the media fraternity, my colleagues from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, all protocols observed. It's a very big honor, as I said, for me specifically, to have come to be with you this morning. And as I said, when we were going around and opening our plaque at the Esther Wills building, I said to many of you that I went to school with Mr. Ssemwogerere. So that means I'm a big person. This man used to run around school. You know, in primary school, you wear shorts. For us, we wear pinafores. This was Buganda Road Primary School. But if God could have shown us 30 years later that we would be here, I would have argued and maybe never understood what it meant. I used to see him running so fast everywhere. He never used to stop to say anything. All he used to do was run around, and I never knew where he was going. But now, 30 years later, I think we have arrived to where he was running. Thank you for the vision. Thank you. You know, in Uganda, we are basically a British colonial country. Traditionally, our British leaders who came and left us to be running our own country, left us an education system that teaches us to basically cram, I think. You know, if I remember cumulonimbus, I didn't even know how to pronounce the word. But I was thinking, why am I learning it? But you had to pass the exam to know the word. First of all, you have to know the spelling of it, and you have to, it is something to do with the clouds. Don't try to learn to say this was the one which brings rain, what. So our education system that was left by our colonial masters has over the years produced a caliber of workforce that is meant to be subservient, servant, submissive, and just receive what is finished. We have got to retool ourselves, and we have a duty and responsibility to change that. And I think the school of the Sasa College of Industrial Design is part of the strand that is reskilling Uganda. One time where you place the spoon. So I said, but who does that? Who drinks in such a cup? And why would I even drink in such a cup? Nze mva Masaka. Ate mutujerega nnyo ku social media naye mutwegendereze. Naye that cup, after some time, after 2 weeks, I quietly went back and bought that cup. Just because it was different. I bought one. And then I carried it back to Uganda. But I never understood anything behind industry. So someone has to design that cup, give it to a manufacturer to mass produce it, and people have to buy it. But I think people were buying it out of fascination. Not necessarily the drinking a cup, but drinking from a Villeroy and Bosch cup. But the next time I drink tea, I would like to drink my tea from a SCiD designed cup. So, what are we saying? People like to introduce me as Nabasuubuzi these days, but my name is Geraldine Ssali Busuulwa. Nze omuwandiisi w'enkalakkalira mu kitongole eky'abasuubuzi, amakolero n'ebibiina eby'obwegassi. For those of you who don't understand Luganda and are online, it's the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We are the ones in charge of industry in Uganda. We are in charge of supporting private sector to produce. The future of Uganda is in the hands of production and value addition and industry. Many of you will have heard of industrial parks like Namamve. You know, we've been producing for a while. But where we started, after our colonial masters left, we only had 23 factories. Today, we have, including MSMEs, we have over 8,600 factories producing in Uganda. So I wish to thank management of Sasa College for this initiative, because it is plugging the gap of the missing pieces, because most of the people who have been producing, they are producing things that have been designed from abroad. So we are now import substituting design of our own local production. Thank you for fostering that agenda, because nobody thinks about these things, but the good thing is that you're paid like a scientist. So you're paid to think for the rest of us. The vision of the ministry is sustainable cooperatives development, world-class industrial production of goods and services. So the development, to develop and promote a competitive and export-led private sector through accelerating industrial development for economic growth. As you may appreciate, industrial design is at the heart of what we aspire to achieve, and any efforts towards this goal is like a very high priority and is most welcome from this college. So ladies and gentlemen, so industrial development is an integral part of government's overall agenda in driving strategy and industrialization strategy for our country. But most importantly, it has to be modern industrialization, so that our products, goods and services can compete on the world market. I heard Mr. Dan Armstrong talking about outsourcing design into Uganda. Are we ready for it? The assurances came with the fact that we can do a two-legged bed. I'm waiting for that one. I'm sure the laws of suspense shall allow all the activity on those beds. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to be prepared to compete within East African community, to compete within COMESA, to compete within AFCFTA, we will have to drive industry right from the roots. So if a school like SCiD is plugging in to cover that gap, let us support them with everything that we have. Let us be part of this initiative in a way that people will understand it, because there is a problem if people don't understand what we are doing. And we shall just, Mr. Ssemwogerere, there are some young boys who you see on the internet designing cars, designing homes, when they've never even been to school. But it's very important to realize that, thank you. It's important to realize that we need to take up this young talent as well. Even though I heard you talking about bringing the final ones, I think we should also bring the ones who are under age, to bring them into the mainstream production line and value addition. So the third National Development Plan, NDP3, which is meant to finish in 2025, has identified 16 programs that have been designed to deliver the required results and address 13 bottlenecks that were adopted by the African Union program. And among those, the seventh is manufacturing, which aims to increase the product range and scale for import substitution and improve terms of trade, as opposed to job creation. So, my ministry is aware that the expansion of manufacturing activities in Uganda is faced with a number of challenges. These would include weak institutional support. Hard and soft infrastructure is a challenge. The roads, I know that there is a very big drive contacting KCCA, contacting UNRWA on the roads. All this actually increases cost of production. But as government, we have every single one of us in government must do their role to support manufacturing. And so these hard and soft challenges should also be resolved and resolved by private sector. So I'm hoping that within the next 10 years, Uganda should be on the road to a private sector-led industrial value addition agenda, because private sector has got to equalize on the resources. Private sector decides where resources must lie in order to drive production and income generation. So the MSMEs that we have, where there is inadequate entrepreneurship and managerial skills, you're coming in. And we are encouraging as many schools to come in to do exactly that. We need to be reliable and adequate in infrastructure. Lack of serviced industrial parks is also a problem. Unreliable supply of inputs, low level of technology and lack of indigenous capability for technology and innovation, mastery with adverse impacts on productivity in manufacturing, and a shortage of technology and technological skills, mid-level for all the technicians, specially trained scientists, and the diffusion of innovative technologies in the country. So we have a deep desire to seek these solutions on how we can go to drive all this, drive away unemployment, and help our graduates become the people they are. And I'm just so glad that Mr. Ssemwogerere has a family that is supportive of him. His brothers and sisters are here, but how many of us have got supportive structures around us to encourage us to be who we are? Where you see that people are innovative but do not have the support systems around them, let us become their support systems to drive innovation from our small young ones. And if I know you're hesitant to clap, but it is what it is. Those boys all coming from the slums, very early in the morning, they come and put those beds there, and they are helping Ugandans live a better life. But what happens is that some people actually buy that furniture from them, put on their labels, and export that furniture to Norway. They export it to very many other countries, and increase the price of that furniture to almost triple the price, that it's exotic, that is coming from whatever wood. And they, the sales language they use, but really it is coming from Ugandans. So let us encourage them, give them everything that they need. We are in our agenda, we have a proposal to put 2 industrial parks dedicated to MSMEs, those young boys. And we want to put them in a place where they can expand, mass produce, and then although they fear that they're going to be taxed, that is also the other thing. They fear taxes. So in a way, we are going to carry them in and then try to put them in these industrial parks, but in a way that is supportive of them, where they can also get some leeway and exemptions to be able to produce and go into the mainstream value addition. So I believe that this college will be a place where designs will meet manufacturers, including the craftsmen and artisans. They are all industrial products that are marketing Uganda. Let us buy Uganda and build Uganda on goods and services, because we all know that the most times fabricators more often repeat their designs, as Mr. Ssemwogerere told us. I mean, if you're going to build a house, you just say, "Njagalange yoyo." Njagalanga kalike bakoze. But nobody ever thinks about, where did the other one get that design. But if we keep innovating, our markets will move faster, competitive in pricing, and that will explain, this will explain that most of our production, whether it is architectural design and buildings, it will all come to the market at the price that it deserves. So I just want to close, and I don't want to bog you down, but I would just want to close by saying thank you. I would like to specifically found a 3D printer. I wonder how it works. The University of Technology, Sydney, UTS, the University of New South Wales, the Association of Chartered Industrial Designers of Ontario, that's SCiD in Canada, and the rest of them that have supported this cause. But last but not least, I would like to be associated and thank the vision bearer of this Architectural School of Design and Industrial Design, Dr. Kenneth. Him and the school, the very best. And I pledge my utmost support for as long as I am your captain on industry. So I would like to appeal to everybody that can provide young ones to come, even the old ones. I know people who have gone to school as old as they are. Learning never stops. And, I want to assure the management that the ministry is going to continue promoting this college for all the good causes. And finally, I thank you for according me the privileges of standing before you and addressing you for God and my country.
A big round of applause to the PS of Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative for that very informative and very enriching keynote. Like you heard from the PS herself, some of you are buying furniture, but you don't know why you're buying it. If I was to ask you here, all of you have different colors of furniture in your house, I believe. But why are you buying the product that you're buying? It's because someone sat down and thought about what size it's going to be, how comfortable it's going to be, what material. Are you using leather? Are you using fabric? Is it suede? Is it velvet? Someone sat down and thought about that, and that's why you went and chose leather. You went and chose a couch. You went and chose a stool, or even, what are these stools that, the traditional stools that we have. Yes, an artisan thought about that. So how can we mass produce that and take it to the rest of the world? And Dr. Kenneth, how are you going to protect our designs? Because at the end of the day, Ugandans are going to come up with amazing things, but we need to protect them to make them valuable. So intellectual property has to be brought on board, and we need that to be done as the training is being done as well. So thank you very much to the PS, and I think we'll be diving into another presentation. We have Mr. Emil Waterkane and Mr. Marlin from TU Delft University in Amsterdam, that's the Netherlands. As they connect, I would like to know, maybe from Dr. Ken, I'll keep going around throughout the day. Just what have you picked, just a key highlight from what the permanent secretary said that is going to stay with you?
That I can go to her office anytime for support.
Please, I hope the permanent secretary has heard that loud and clear. Keep your doors open to us like you've done in the past years. Thank you so much. So welcome, Emil and Marlin. Please tell us more about the role of industrial design in the development of a nation's manufacturing industry from your perspective from Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we loud and clear? Can you hear us?
We'll just have to share our screen, but we're disabled to share it now.
I think you need to allow us to
Okay, just a minute.
screen share in the presentation. But you can hear us?
We can hear you. Just a minute as we give you sharing
Okay.
permission.
Great.
Yeah, maybe we'll just already start a bit by telling you who we are and why we're telling a story here. Oh, is the screen sharing on?
No, not yet.
Yeah, first of all, a big thank you to Dr. Kenneth for having us here, and we're really glad to be a part of your opening ceremony. Because I'm Merlin, this is Emil. We're currently in Delft. We're still two industrial design students here in the Netherlands. And past summer, we visited Uganda for 3 months to work on a project, which is a design company already based in Kampala. The presentation is working, I think. All right, great. We're here today to also tell you a bit about our perspective on design, because as I said, we spent 3 months in Uganda to work on a project ourselves. Always plans for opening an industrial design academy. In Uganda. And we were so inspired by that we like Uganda. And we will tell you a bit more about that in this presentation. So an image that we get shown on the first day of our studies is this, and this is sort of the foundation of industrial design. So the crossing part where these 3 areas overlap is where innovation happens. And so it's the 3 pillars that are called business, technology, and people that drive this innovation and where product design actually happens. And these are images that show what very high value cars to watches. But of course, on this day, digital innovations are also occurring more and more. So UX, UI design is a big part of what product designers also do. And we also wanted to show you maybe some of the projects that we work on. So currently, the projects that we're working on are shown on this full snacks that I'm working on. The picture on the right is a project that Emil's currently working on, and maybe
Cleans cow dung in barns. So those are just some examples of products, of the impact that industrial designers can have on the industry. Is developing new ideas, developing new solutions. And while we're in Uganda to research how this whole industry actually behaves in Uganda, we kind of found three different types of products that were lying all around us. And that was really interesting for us. The first one was crafted products, products that people sell on the street that actually make them themselves. The second one were imported products, and finally there are also donated products. But all of those types of products also got some problems that they bring with them. For example, crafted products you see all around the world for industrial manufacturing, which is quite a problem if you want to scale them to start exporting the products and to use the manufacturing capability of Uganda to actually build those products in a large scale. In a large scale. Then what we also saw that there were a lot of imported products, for example, trucks that actually come from Japan. But what you can see is that those products, they're not made for the Ugandan context. They're not made for the Ugandan road. So they get imported, and what actually needs to happen is that the products need to be adapted. So the design need to be changed. For example, you're gonna change the motor capacity, or you're gonna build a fence around it to protect the product. So you see that there is a mismatch because those products were not actually designed for the context they're used in. Then finally, there are also donated products. We've done a lot of research in hospitals, and we've seen that a lot of products are also being donated, especially in a hospital setting. And you can actually see that when products are donated, they do not take design thinking and the local context into account. So the products are often misused or not used at all and end up in the hospital material graveyard, where just materials start piling up because those products were not designed and were not thought of in the context that they will eventually be used in. So that's a recurring theme that we see here.
Yeah, now we wanted to give you a little introduction on human-centered design, because we think human-centered design is a big part of the solution on how to actually make better products that work for a Ugandan context as well, but also products that high-value goods that Uganda could actually manufacture on a larger scale and maybe use for export as well. And human-centered design is an approach that really looks at people's needs. So it's about designing products that actually are tailored to a specific audience. And with this comes a lot of research and a large design process that we will also show you an example of later in this presentation. But a small examples maybe of how a TV remote could be redesigned for another context. So things you would look at how people actually use the product you're designing. Language do people speak? What language do I have to put on the TV? Diversity tools do people use in a certain context? What is the cultural relevance? What are people's beliefs and habits in a certain situation they live in? But also things like financial resources, which matters a lot, on which materials you use, how high-end you make it. And durability is a big factor, of course, because you want to actually produce sustainable and long-lasting products.
Well, there are also some dangers of the design can bring with it. And we brought to you one example of a design project that was developed a few years ago, which is, I think, the perfect example of what happens when designers try to develop a solution for context that they're not familiar with. So we have a little video here of a pump that was developed to pump water out of the ground.
Supply the electricity or diesel fuel needed to run the pumps that gets the water out of the ground. Enter the play pump. It looks like a merry-go-round. In fact, it is a merry-go-round attached to a pump. Every spin sends clean water into a storage tank at the rate of 1,400 liters per hour.
Play pump water system utilizes the power of children playing. So if we can find a community with a rural school where children are more inclined to use the pump, we've got a sustainable water supply.
So there was a small introduction of this system that was designed by Americans a few years ago. And I mean, you would maybe, if you look at the numbers and at the presentation that has been given, it sounds like an amazing solution. It got $16.4 million of funding. It was a winning of a World Bank Development Award, and it got recognition by UNICEF, by Bill Clinton, by a lot of other celebrities that were really pushing this idea. But actually, there was one designer who thought, okay, I mean, great solution. Let's now head to the school where the product is actually being used and ask the people what they think of it. And that's where you see actually a point of conflict that we'll also see in the next video.
Very sorry. So if you could send one message to the people who installed that play pump, what would you say?
They don't answer. In addition, especially we should say the message can go to them. Then I think they should come and remove that program and replace our old one. Maybe we can stay a little bit better than that one.
Sure.
Yeah. If you then another organization may come and replace that one with the SCiD system, maybe an electrical pump or a solar pump, they can figure out on that one. Because they come here, they say this pump is a very good one. Talking about that one,
so we see there that there is a big point of conflict, right? There is this play pump where children would spin on the merry-go-round and would play with it, and that's how you actually pump water out of the ground. And it was developed, people were so excited about it, but then one designer thought of, okay, let's ask those people what they really think of it, and you can see that they're not happy with it. They actually, no one asked them if they needed this product, no one asked them if they would use it. They just replaced an old system that was working perfectly fine with a new innovative context, which actually is not working at all. So what went wrong here? First of all, there is a lack of understanding of context. People are designing something in another country, and then they try to put it in another context, and it clearly doesn't work because you don't understand the context. Really need asking people if they would use it, looking at the cultural relevance of it. All of those things were not taken into account at all. Then there is also a lack of community involvement. You just put a product somewhere and you don't really ask, are you going to use it? Who is going to maintain it? Like all of those things, they're all not taken totally because there is a lack of design thinking. And this design thinking method is something that we'll come up with also later in a presentation, but it's something that will be taught at Sasa to be able to define the real problems and to be able to to act upon that and to do real problem solving locally and actually make those products and manufacture them locally as well.
Yeah, yeah, and we think that this local manufacturing is a huge part of the answer, and that's of course a large part of what Sasa is trying to do. What we've seen also, and what we think, is that the design capacity is already there in Uganda. There's already the craftsmen, a lot of people that already know how to manufacture products, but the only thing is that they haven't had the education to know what a design process looks like, what it feels like, and the impact it could actually make on the actual value of these products. And that's what drove us to actually make the oh yeah, maybe tell a bit about industrialization first.
Yes, no, you can see, of course, Uganda is building industrialization parks. It's building capacity. It's building places where products can be developed, can be manufactured. So the capacity is there. But if there is a rise in industrialization, there also needs to be a rise in product design, industrial design, a rise in taking those manufacturing capacity and actually translating it in problem solving, translating it in developing products that people can use in their day-to-day life. So if you put those two next to each other, you can clearly see like there is a rise in industrialization, but there is still this industry of industrial design that is not rising with the industrialization. And I certainly hope that Sasa will push this industrial design industry as well, together with industrialization. So you will be able to not only to manufacture the products, but also to build and design the products for local use and for a local context. So this industrial design in Uganda, it has some points why it's so important. First of all, it will improve the usability of the products, and it will be making them accessible for the local population. Then it will also promote local manufacturing. And a good point as well is that it will preserve tradition. So there are at the moment traditional manufacturing techniques that are used in products. So you will preserve those traditions while introducing new technologies. And while innovating new products. So, and then last but not least, you will also think about the sustainability of products. Right now, if you buy products from another country and you put them into Uganda, you're not really thinking about the life cycle of the product. So if you produce them locally, you will think of it as a system and not just as a product. You will think of how it will be discarded, how it can be recycled, how this whole cycle can play a big part.
Yeah, and what we've been doing for the past 6 months, and also what we want to tell you about, is how these points really make an impact on a country like Uganda. What we've been doing is making a documentary about this. And so we talked to a lot of the craftsmen in Uganda during our time there, interviewed them, heard their stories about what they think is the value of design and what they understand under a design process. And we made this into a small documentary, of which we wanted to show you a small trailer as well in this presentation.
Do you see yourself as a designer?
Me? Now where I am, I'm designing.
I'm a designer's way. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Design.
Culture, our habits, our beliefs, and the context we live in. Designing solutions is often done in a context where resources are abundant, making a large part of the world underserved in the innovations some take for granted.
This gap raises a question. How do we rethink design for the real world?
Human-centered design has a very big role because one size, in fact, does not fit all.
Why we need to train local people? Because they understand context.
You know, you're not accustomed to the culture, you maybe don't even speak the language. Understanding the need and actually addressing the root cause of a problem, it's hard to do it when you're far away.
Somebody must start designing from scratch. Somebody must solve a problem, you know, and there is a problem here. This is how we solve it.
Yeah? Let me show you.
Yeah, of course, all of this sounds very good and amazing, but how does this actually work? And we also wanted to show you an example of how a design process, like we've been talking about now, could actually look in a context like Uganda. And we want to do this by showcasing you the project we've been working on together with Design Without Borders. And really quickly, what it was about, it was a project for mothers who had birthed premature and who were in the hospital with low birth weight babies. And we wanted to research the barriers that prevent them from actually doing this kangaroo mother care, which involves holding your baby on your chest for a minimum of 8 hours per day, which really helps improving these babies' health. It also showed that the mortality rate decreases by 40% when this KMC is actually done right. And a quick recap of what a design thinking process actually looks like. This is also an image that we get shown so many times during our studies, and you'll actually, if you Google design thinking, you'll actually see a lot of really different images on Google. But the key word in this, I think, is iteration. And it really shows that the design process is never linear. It's always a design cycle. And so these different phases during the design process you see in this image will never be executed consecutively in a linear process. They will always repeat themselves. And this is also the case in the project that we've been working on. And we quickly wanted to go through the process with you.
Yeah, so there are different steps that you take, right? You get a problem. People say like, okay, I need this. I need you to develop a new solution for this. And the first thing you do is empathize. You start understanding people, understanding context, understanding what the context is that you're designing for. So we've been doing a lot of research in Naguru Hospital, in Jinja Hospital as well, and talking to mothers, talking to nurses, to doctors, to really understand what the problem is about and what the needs of the people are.
Yeah, and at the end of the empathizing phase, we ended up with a lot of insights, way too much to actually use to design a product. So what we did is we clustered all the things we found during our research, and we clustered them into 6 main barriers that all contributed to the low practice of kangaroo mother care in these hospitals. And we use these barriers to really start designing and generating ideas.
And then with Design Without Borders, they're awesome designers who helped us a lot to really understand the context, to state the problem as well, and to ideate. We started developing so many ideas. I think we had maybe 100 ideas in total. They were really crazy, you know. You can be really creative with it. So we started putting post-its on the walls and coming up with so many ideas, and eventually trying to develop some of those. So you start drawing, you start sketching, you start making really small prototypes to see how a product would behave, how it would work. And then after a while of doing this, you start understanding what the problem are and what is the best way to solve it. So for us, it was creating a chair, and we thought that this solution would be the most suitable for this problem. So yeah, then we started prototyping.
Yeah, so we actually, one of the main goals of this process was to design something that could also be manufactured locally, because as we said, a lot of the products we saw in the hospitals were donated products, and they were products that if they broke, they would never get repaired, because nobody in that context knew exactly how the product works, or getting spare parts is very difficult for products like that. So we went out to some local craftsmen. We showed them our design, and together with them, we started prototyping and actually building the chair that we've been drawing all along. Yeah, these are just some of the pictures of us making a wooden prototype of the chair. Yeah, this was it, nearly finished. It took about 2 or 3 days of really hard work. And eventually we ended up with a working prototype that we could then take to the hospital and test in a real context. And we did that to really gather more feedback on whether our design actually worked. So we took the chair to some of the hospitals that we did our research in, and we showed it to the mothers. And yeah, this is a really important step in the design process, to actually validate whether everything you've been designing and thinking of will actually have a good impact, and to also really compare it to the products that they were using at the time. So the beds you see on the left are the beds they use in the KMC rooms that we went to. And we put the chair next to the beds they were using, and we attached some validating tools to the chair. So there were forms that mothers could fill out after they had done a KMC session, and they could fill out all kinds of information on their experience with the chair. So they would fill out the duration of their KMC session and whether they had any pains, or yeah, their overall experience, to really give us an idea of how our product worked in a context like that.
And then with all of this data, you start actually doing the design cycle again. You get a lot of data and you think, okay, how can we take this into a new iteration? How can we make a new design that is actually more suitable? And after a few of those iterations, you start having a product, having a good working product that people like, that people would buy, that people would use. And then you can start putting it into manufacturing and really putting it on the market. And that's when it becomes really interesting. So if you look at the future of industrial design in Uganda, what does it hold? Industrialization of Uganda as well, it calls for more design, for more industrial design. You can see that the capacity is already there, but it just needs to be unlocked. There are already people making products. There is already the manufacturing capacity. The only thing is that you have to link those two, to link this innovation with the industrial manufacturing. And last one.
Yeah, and I think the word that we have heard Dr. Kenneth use a lot is opportunity. And we also think that Uganda as a country has so much opportunity. We saw that, of course, the design capacity is already there, but it also has opportunity to build this capacity into so much more. Of course, the youth in Uganda is such a big part of the country. And when we actually try to train those people to become good product designers, we can actually turn this industrialization into something really valuable, we think. And we think Sasa will be a very important player in this, and have a really good impact on what Uganda is trying to do. So that's, yeah, our story and what we wanted to tell you today. A bit of our perspective on, yeah, the importance of Sasa Industrial Design Academy. And yeah, we want to thank Dr. Kenneth for having us, and thank everyone for listening to our story.
Very much, Emily. And I can't pronounce the other name. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Merle.
Marley? Okay, thank you so much. I think I just want to applaud you for coming down to Uganda and being part of the solution in terms of getting to know what the people actually need and empathizing with them, because what I picked most from your presentation is that design should be for people, and that once you don't understand what the actual problem is with the people you're designing for, you're going to create a white elephant or something that will never be used. So thank you very much for that. I would like to ask the audience if anyone has a question, one or two, for Emily and his colleague before they leave the call. Anyone? Okay, that means everyone has really appreciated what you've done. So join me in giving them a big round of applause. And we hope to hear from you soon and how far you're going to take the KMC product that you've come up with. Thank you so much. Join me in
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, join me in recognizing the presence of Professor Arinaitwe, the principal of the College of Engineering, Design, Art, Architecture and Technology, Makerere University. A big round of applause for being present here. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize Professor Bale, Dean of Research and PhD Studies from Makerere University as well. And Justice Sekana of the Supreme Court. All these are OBs of Dr. Ssemwogerere. Please make sure you become important OBs to your OBs and show up for events like this. I would also like to recognize the president of the Uganda Society of Architects and all architects who are present. If you could stand up and be recognized and also get seen. These are your clients, so this is an opportunity to be seen. All the architects present, please stand up. Thank you very much for coming. I would also like to recognize the staff of Makerere University for supporting Dr. Kenneth Ssemwogerere. If you could also stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for coming. And then I think some of you may have seen familiar faces in the documentary that was showcased. If you know you appeared in that documentary, please stand up. Design Without Borders. Thank you for being pioneers in design in Uganda. They've been around for a while, and they are some of the people who are leading the way for the rest of us in that field. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, our chief guest shall be leaving us. And before she leaves, I would like her to just say a quick bye-bye to us as she walks out.
Yes, all I can say is that for me, this function has actually opened my eyes. And if we have Ugandans who are thinking for us every day, especially our scientists, first of all, there's a lot of funding that goes to waste. You know, there's a beauty in ignorance when you don't know. But once you get into government and you realize how much aid goes to waste, you feel pain. When I saw that $16.4 million going into some design that was masterminded by some IMF, USAID, you know our development partners, you know them. And then, all that, which hall did it go through? Where did that money go? And that is not just one project. Now, if you look at the number of projects on value addition and industry whose resources go to waste, you would feel pain. Now, for us, we actually have the pain of seeing. I don't want to go into much detail, but when we have initiatives like this one, which actually use the resources that are given by development partners, it's a plus. And that is the only way, when development meets resources, that's the only way the absorption can work for driving the economy. So that's the small thing that I picked out. I didn't want to bog down a meal and, because I thought, if I say anything, I might just kill the occasion. But since they are offline, I thought I would just say it. So people who design and are ready to do proposals and they know where to find real funding, for us, we are happy to actually put you in those spaces because we see we have access to these resources. Many of these people want to give us money because they want to be seen to be giving back to the Africa they left behind. But sometimes we are not ready to receive these resources. So because I'm in a room full of scientists, I'm sure they will utilize this kind of agenda. Thank you very much once again for having me. I wish you all the best on your deliberations this afternoon. I'm going off to serve you in the western part of Uganda, and I'm wishing you all the best of 2023. We will be seeing you all very soon. Thank you. Mr. Ssemwogerere, thank you. Doctor.
A quick change in the program. We'll have Mr. Jimmy Rogers, President, Association of Chartered Industrial Designers of Ontario, Canada, who has also been supporting this venture since the beginning. He will also give us his context and contextual ideas on what he thinks this can do to revolutionize our economy. Let's wait a few minutes as he logs on. Dr. Architect Ssemwogerere to come and give us a few remarks about what he has found here today, what his thoughts are, and what he thinks the architect's role is in industrial design. How can industrial designers help architects or work with architects and vice versa? So Dr. Ssemwogerere, if you could come up, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. I think we've been blessed with perfect weather with such a launch. I happen to be the Vice Chair of the Construction Sector Skills Council, aside from my capacity here as the President of the Uganda Society of Architects. And one of the things that we are mandated to do is to link the construction industry, the infrastructure systems with those that are training and those that are trained. Many a times, you get people who are coming out with a paper. I think you understand what I mean by a paper or a certificate. But when you send them into the field, there's a mismatch. So we are fortunate that we have someone who's launching something with a background in academia, but also in practice. That is something that at times we take lightly, but to me I don't take it lightly in the sense that this is someone who's preaching and practicing what he's preaching. So this is a first of the kind that is going to wake up very many people, those that are employing, those that are employed, and those that are pursuing the career in industrial design. What am I trying to put across? We have a lot of UTCs in Uganda. And many a times when we're going on the benchmarking and assessing their competence, skills, and the levels they're at, you reach there and you find first-class equipment, still boxed in. When you ask why isn't this equipment being used, someone tells you they haven't yet given us per diem to go benchmark in India or Canada or South Africa. When a policy comes up to bring those trainers here, people are not pushing for it. Why? Because I'm going to miss out on per diem. I'm going to miss out on stepping on the plane and going on holiday. So I put my selfish interest first and sabotage the growth of the industry of these young fellas who are learning these things. And at times, when these young fellas are identified and they need a pushing hand to formalize their skill that they have, they are pushed away because they didn't follow the formal path of education. So when we have an academy like this that is trying to link those two, if I've learned my skills from my brother in a garage or in a workshop, but I wasn't fortunate enough to go through the formal education, and then I have this academy that is giving me this chance to not only perfect my hands-on skills, but to know why I'm doing this. Because at times, these guys learn on job, but they don't know why they're doing what they're doing. He just knows I come in the morning, I get the torch, I do this. But the beauty with what we're having here is skills are going to be transferred with benchmarking from other places, and the knowledge will help us become better. So I commend Dr. Ssemwogerere and the different players in the industry that are here, that let's not just come to take pictures, write a few notes about this event, but let us go back and reflect, how can we, each of us in our individual capacity, contribute to having this alive and passing this on to the other generations. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Mr. Tamale, one of our board members, to say a few words as well, especially about the direction that the college is taking and the plans they have and the vision they have to getting us towards what we want to achieve.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here at this grand opening. Augustine Tamale are my names. I'm a certified public accountant, so I don't know much about industrial design, but I've now become an expert because of my association with Ken. So my expertise is by osmosis. I grew up on the same village with Ken at Cheba and on Gayaza Road. So I've seen Ken from the time I was a toddler. We were both toddlers. And then we went together to Chibuli SS. And finally, Makerere University, but I was, of course, in a different faculty because I'm an accountant. I now work at New Vision. I'm the chief finance officer there. Although that one time I went to Makerere to be their university bursar for 2.5 years. Then I left them and went back to New Vision. It has been an interesting journey for this college because the first time I came here, I think it was mainly that building. The others were just being put up. So I've been watching this college being developed from scratch. We've had a series of meetings to organize ourselves to ensure that we are a properly governed institution. So we have a functional board, we have a management team, we have staff, and we've set in place all the required governance issues, having a strategic plan, so you don't just wake up and dream of what to do there and then. The only dreaming we allow here has to do with the designs. But you don't just dream and say, oh, I've spent this money. No, we have a strategic plan, and therefore the annual budgets have to be drawn according to that, and all the other internal controls have been set in place. Abanyumirwa Uganda kyembagamba kye kino nti Ken namulaba nga ffenna tukyali baana bato twakulira ku kyalo kye kimu ne tusomera wamu mu secondary ne ku university naye ye nga asoma ebyo ebizibuzibu ebyo ebya architecture. Nze saagala nnyo kutawanya mutwe gwange okubala kunnyanguira, nze nagenda mu kubala bitabo accounting. Kakati kwendi ku boodi y'ekifo kino nondoola bya nsimbi ku boodi eyo, amateeka gateereddwawo bulungi okuluŋŋamya entambuza n'okwolesebwa okw'ekifo kino. Kati tozuukuka buzuukusi n'okola ky'osanze, n'okwewala okwonoona kw'ebintu. Buli kimu kiteekeddwawo ani avunaanyizibwa ku ki. Najjanga wano nga tutandika enkiiko z'ekifo kino nga kumpi ekizimbe ekyo kyokka kye tulina n'ebyuma by'olambudde awalala nga byonna biri mu kanyigo awo. Kakati gw'obisanze nga biri mu kifo ekigazi obulungi. Ndabye nga muganda wange ono okwolesebwa kwe anyiikidde okulaba nga kuteekebwa mu nkola. Afubye nnyo era Mukama amuwa omukisa olw'obumalirivu obwo. Wano okwolesebwa bw'omala okuloota ne tukuwandiika, okwo kwe tusigalako. Kati tokomawo n'omala galoota nga ssente zifulumye ku bank account. Zirina kufuluma nga zisinzira ku kwolesebwa okwo kwe twalambika wansi. Okuloota okukkirizibwa okugwawo obugwi kweko okw'okuyiiya ebintu nga bw'olabye bayiiya ebintu eby'ebitanda by'eddwaliro n'ebiki byonna ebyo. Ekyo kyo bw'otuula wansi bw'oti n'okiyiiya ng'ekyo kyo kiwamatuka nga kikola ki? Nga kiteekebwa mu nkola. N'ebiri ebisigadde birambikibwa bulungi, enteekateeka zitambula bulungi. N'olwekyo ettendekero lino liri ku musingi munywevu, buli kimu kiteekeddwawo bulungi. So ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this is a great turning point for our economy. If we are going to have our own industrial designers, then we shall have our indigenous products that are up to international standards, because we are going to up the skills of the various professionals who have been mainly recycling the designs from elsewhere. We are going to also minimize the imposing of products on this economy, because we shall have homegrown solutions for our own situation. So that excites me a lot. I was explaining to my colleagues at New Vision what industrial design is. I told you I'm now an expert by osmosis. So I had to explain what it is, that this is something else. They were telling me, isn't it in fine art? There is industrial and fine art. He said, no, that is something else. Those fine artists should also come. So you study whatever you've studied, then you come and we teach you industrial design. So by extension, I'm also teaching industrial design. I thank everyone who is part of this journey, and together I believe that we are going to do something new in this country. May the Lord richly bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamale. I think we have assurance that the governance structures are in place, and the college will be managed to the utmost standard. Thank you so much. We shall now go into a panel discussion, the topic being industrial design in my context. Is it essential anyway? Do we really need industrial design, or are we lying to ourselves? Is it something that's necessary? And we've invited some of the people in Uganda who are taking the lead in industrial design. One of them being Miss Abigail Turinawe. The panelists will come up to the stage. And then another being engineer Paul Isaac Musasizi, the CEO of Kira Motors Corporation, who will be joining in virtually. And then our design director at the College of Industrial Design at Sasa. We shall be expecting Mr. Paul Isaac Musasizi as well as Dr. Kenneth to join us. But as we wait for them, I would like to welcome Abigail. Abigail and I studied architecture together at Makerere University. Please introduce yourself to all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. I work with Design Without Borders Africa, and I'll be sharing a little bit about that, the work that we've been doing. But really, today is such an amazing day. It's been a big dream, and so it's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Abigail. Dr. Kenneth, welcome. Do you need an introduction?
Just to say, we are very happy to be here, and
yes.
I think we could learn a lot from this conversation.
Yeah. Do we have Mr. Paul Isaac online? Yes, could we have Paul, could you please introduce yourself to us? We have a group of different
this conversation. I'm looking forward to.
Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here this afternoon. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to know from your experience, Abigail, what has been your experience, first of all, in this journey of design without borders. If you could briefly tell us what you've been up to, what you're doing at the company, how do you see industrial design transforming Uganda in your context, and how you've experienced that?
Yes, thank you very much, Thatcha. And thank you again, Dr. Kenneth. It's amazing. Today is a milestone for our country. And I'll say that again, today is a key milestone for our country. Yes, do clap. It is. And I'll give you a few statistics to help you actually see that it is. Uganda has not had an industrial design school for as long as we have been here. I work with Design Without Borders, which is an organization that uses industrial design, product design to develop innovations with our different partners. And all of these innovations are aimed at improving the quality of life, solving the challenges that our economy is facing, improving quality of products and services that businesses put out onto the market. So we want to do all of that, but for a long time, we have struggled to have local designers in-house. I think for a long time, we've actually been relying a lot on foreign designers who would come into our organization for, 1 year and then they go away. When they've gone away, sometimes all the skills have gone away. Then, you have someone else come in and then they go away. But we've really, in-house as well, we've tried to be intentional about ensuring a lot of capacity development. But of course, we're a small organization, we're not a school, so the amount of impact in actually increasing the number of African industrial designers has been really tough. So this in many ways marks like a key transformation for us, not just as a business, but as a country in actually being able to develop products and services that meet our needs. Our needs are very different. There are certain things which we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like perhaps we shouldn't be competing in phones. There's a number of people who are doing that. It doesn't make sense. So really thinking about what competitive advantage do we have and how do we leverage that? And that's where industrial design plays a very, very key role. So to just throw a bit more light on that, in Africa, I think there are about maybe about 9 or 10 universities that have a degree in industrial design. But of those 9, 6 of them are all in South Africa. So that leaves you with 4. There's, I think, one in Cairo, which might be a bit new, actually, in providing training in industrial design. Kenyatta's degree is in product design, not industrial design. So really, in many ways, you know, for Africa, this is a big deal in as far as education in industrial design. It was really wonderful to hear from our guest today, you know, speaking about the government and you know, the national development plans and the industrial policy that's really seeking to improve our industrialization capacities. And you've seen a lot of these industrial parks being opened and all of that happening, and a lot of the industries that have been, you know, working. It was amazing to hear that we have 8,600. I didn't know that, you know, that we have 8,600 factories. Unfortunately, though, most of those factories, you don't have an industrial designer managing the product design. All of those with different organizations, manufacturers, and this is the challenge. A lot of the time, they also won't do the design in-house. They will outsource it to China and then just bring in molds and do the manufacturing. So none of the design is being done by people who are here, who understand the context, who understand the needs, who understand the challenges. And so at the end of the day, you have, you know, products that can we really write home about. So yeah, so I think I could go on, but maybe I should stop here.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Yes, give Abigail a round of applause, and not only for being a leader in design, but also for being the head of one of the best design firms we have in the country at the moment. Thank you for that. You've spoken about designing within our context and how we have a number of industries, 8,600, I didn't know that either. And there are very few that are actually applying industrial design. So I would pose the next question to Mr. Paul Isaac Musasizi. As a company that is designing one of the most complex products out there, the vehicle, which is being done by Kira Motors Corporation, what has been your experience? What has been Kira Motors' journey in using industrial design, and how has that given you a competitive advantage on the mobility ecosystem in Uganda?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, congratulations, Dr. Kenneth, on this landmark milestone and the Sasa College. This is timely, and it will go a long way in addressing the need for professionals who guide the industrialization agenda of the country. Just like the former speaker has indicated, in Uganda and the wider Africa, we have constraints in developing industrial designers. And why are industrial designers very important? Because as we are talking about industrialization, away from product development, which is covered slightly as a course unit in many programs, you'll find a little bit of that in mechanical engineering, especially industrial engineering at some of the universities we work with, software engineering. However, industrial engineering has a focus on how the product is going to be made in terms of the supply chain, thinking through the supply chain, thinking through the manufacturing system, thinking through how to meet beyond functional requirements, the technical requirements, deployment requirements, the legal requirements of such a product, so that we can see this product being produced from series production all the way to mass production, if the product is supposed to be mass produced. And without such professionals intentionally being developed, certainly our industrialization agenda is constrained, and it's in that light that I once again congratulate Dr. Kenneth and the Sasa College of Industrial Design for moving to address this gap in the ecosystem. At Kira Motors Corporation, we have industrial designers, and we have had a challenge because we have had to develop these industrial designers ourselves. and this takes a bit of time to translate someone who was trained either as an architect or a mechanical engineer or an industrial engineer into an industrial designer. And again, just like the previous speaker, we are not a university, we are not a college, and we would like to be more focused on our core business, which of course includes capacity development, not from the fundamentals. As such, we see this as a great opportunity to be able to have a pool from which we can draw to have these designers who will continuously inform the way we set up our sales clinics, the way we improve on the features of the product to be able to meet the context within the target market. Because as most of us know, complex products like motor vehicles are not designed for the entire world. What is designed for North America is different from what is designed for Europe, Asia, and certainly Africa, mainly because also the deployment environments are quite different. In Uganda, for example, if as an industrial designer, you're considering to provide some form of advanced driver assistance systems, you need to be thinking about narrow roads and narrow lanes. You need to be thinking about how you're going to navigate curving and winding roads. You're going to be thinking about how you're going to deal with hills and slopes. You're going to be thinking about how you're going to be dealing with so many different mixes of mobility devices and passengers in the lanes, as well as, of course, handling some of our road conditions, which are not quite desirable for potholes, as well as humps. So these aspects call us to really have native capacity for industrial design in order for us to have relevant products that meet the need of the market today. And what better way to do that than to set up a college where I think one of the things that I appreciate about the college here is that it is not only focused on bringing in the fresh students from high school, but it also takes in people who have completed their degrees, if it's a master's or other advanced degrees, as well as vocational training, and then giving them those skills and competencies that are required for practice as professionals in industrial design. And of course, one other very important thing here is also being able to look at industrial design from a systems engineering perspective, which is the current trend of engineering, as opposed to looking at it specifically from the stratified way of training that we have seen today in college, where you have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, architects, civil engineers, because as this forget to the field, actually the boundaries are becoming quite blurry. You'll see that when an architect gets into a company like Kira Motors Corporation, they will not be focusing on aspects around systems architecture, but they will be looking at all aspects, energy. They will be looking at aspects to do with design of elements. They will be looking at aspects to do with the manufacturing aspects and quality, which are not traditionally taught in one degree program. I can go on and on, but I think I will cut it here and allow some more submissions from the distinguished panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Before we get into Kenneth's submission, you talked about, Paul, the blurry elements in professionals these days. You find that civil engineers are doing the work of architects and designers. You find that engineers are being designers, industrial designers are engineers in some way or another. And as we move towards that, I would like to know from you, Dr. Kenneth, as you're getting these graduates or people from what we call the Juakali into the training, how are you going to help them differentiate themselves and get them to a level whereby they can compete with an architect, they can compete with a product designer who has been trained at master's level, or they can compete with an engineer?
I think I need to explain something which is very, very fundamental, and which is, it will be a little bit not understood fully, but it will be understood over time. Because we are very careful that we don't continue flooding the pool with people that have documents but have no jobs. So, because you know I'm an architect, so I've taken the last 3 years reading industrial design, sort of teaching myself, and thank God for the opportunities. I went to TU Delft, where you saw our colleagues Emily come from. And I went to the library, I went to their bookstore, and I bought books. And I asked, which book do you use here? Then they told me this one, this one, this one. So I kept on gathering these books. So I got the counter, and they billed me, and lo and behold, when I swipe my card, I say, what have I just done? It was worth 300 euros. 300 euros. So those books, as I kept reading through them and preparing curriculum here, it dawned on me clearly that if you're going to produce somebody who's going to leave this campus and go and set up shop and begin his own job, you need to start with a person who's already a designer, who's already a sort of person who has moved that line of design. So when you come here, you're not talking Greek. They know the height of a person, they know why we sit like this, they know when we stand, what do we do, they know when a person bends, what do they do. When people see, they can do abstract thinking, they can do analysis, they can conceptualize. And remember, because I've been teaching at Makerere since 2004, so I teach third year. So by the time a student comes to third year, they are very fragile. They are still they are somewhere mid-heaven. They haven't yet landed, And of course, they say tutors in third year, we are very hard, but that is what that class means. We then begin to bring them into shape. But if you go to the first year studio, I passed there yesterday, incidentally. And one of the architects is here who teaches, architect Jesse. Please stand up for recognition. That is the guy that handles your O-level students when they arrive in the department. And they have done an incredible job. They are just doodling, mixing things, picking chalk, breaking it, putting sticks together with glue, putting some chairs together, some crazy things. And they're just unpacking their mind. So Thatcher and Abigail, you well know that in architecture, by the time you get to third year, that's when you begin beginning to design. A little bit, So then we go through third year, we go through fourth year, and we go through fifth year. So those are 3 years. That's why we rarely get first-class degrees, because our students get to third year when they are still finding their bearing. And lo and behold, they are in third year, and fourth year, and then fifth year. So for that reason, because industrial design is a little bit even more complex than architecture, because when I design, I give the structure engineer and do the columns, or the electrical engineer do the MEP. But I know Abigail here and Thatcher, who have gone more into masters in product design, will tell you, if you're a product designer, you had better thrash out all the details. If it's a shoe, you're going to know its comfort levels, its cost price, what material, how you're going to knit it, with what equipment. How do you maintain it? So it is quite some critical thinking. Therefore, we are going to initially be giving opportunity to all graduate architects. I know that Uganda Matters University graduates people in Bachelor of Design. That is another target. If you feel that you have done Bachelor of Design and you don't want to go and do the whole way up to architecture, then you're going to come over here. And we're going to do a weekend course, if I can go on, Thatcher, a weekend course to take you through very detailed stuff. And we're going to do 4 modules, and I'll tell you why 4 modules. The first module will be material science. In other words, you're going to critique a product and say, this bag was made out of polyester. But why polyester? How does it work? How did it get damaged? You saw the pieces we have in that studio are old. We want to say, how does it get old? How does it tear? Where is its weakest link? So remember, I'm talking to an architect like Thatcher or like Abigail. And so they'll be understanding where I'm coming from. So we critique those products. Then the next one will be trend research. Trend is very important. Where are things going? Our forefathers put on bell bottom, isn't it? Now we're putting on sleeve. The trouser is almost tearing your thigh. And you're like, so from here, where are we going next? So that when you are designing, you design something that will sell, am I right? Nowadays we have Nigina, what's it called? That's yellow, blue, white, black. I don't know where it came from. So it's a trend, and it will end. So there will be a question called trend research, and there's a very good book about trend research. The next one will be product management. How do you run a product from start to end? By the way, on trend, there is the issue of your needs and wants. Okay? People putting on now trousers as if they don't fit. Yet they are fitting, but they are balancing. So for me as a designer, should I design already balanced trousers? You understand what I'm saying? You know? So that trend research will give us that information. Then number 3, product design or product the process. Then the last one will be visual presentation. If you come to me with a client, as a client, how do I take you through the entire process until the very end? Then we shall go into studio, we go into the workshop. So in essence, in the 6 months, we shall be with you here, weekend residential. We will grill you in such a way that you come out and you can actually go and open shop as a product designer. So that is the story. Okay, then after like 2-3 years of practice, we will then begin the certificates. Do you understand? These guys are already out there, have opened up their shops, companies, but they can't do everything, am I right? They can't do research, they can't go on trend research, they can't sit on the computer and draw the thing. Then we begin training certificates who are going to go knock on those people's doors to get the jobs there. So that is the whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth. That's a brilliant way of explaining how the process that they'll go through and what they need to understand. And from what you've said, I see that industrial design will have a lot of impact on different value chains, because an industrial designer can work in any field.
Yes.
They can work in automotive, for example, at Kira Motors Corporation. They can work in systems design. They can work in healthcare. They can work in transport. They can work in agriculture, in energy. So an industrial designer's application is not limited, and that's a very big advantage for our economy, and also how it will benefit us as a nation. So maybe I'll pose a question to Abigail. From your experience, you've dealt with a lot of what we would call muntu wawansi. Most of the work you've done and the products you've developed have been directly affecting daily people, everyday people. So what have you found in your experience? How do people embrace, do they understand industrial design? Do they embrace it? Do they think it's relevant? And from your experience, what benefits have you found since you started applying the principles of industrial design in the work that you're doing? How has it benefited the work that you do?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So I'll say there's a number of dimensions in which it has actually really been beneficial. For a lot of businesses that are in the product, they have something tangible that they're selling. A lot of the times, for many of the clients that we've dealt with, many of the challenges that they've faced is really with actually going through a design process and, not just, the first idea. I can't remember the speaker before who was talking about, the first idea that comes in your head, and then that's the one that you invest your money in and actually, put it into the market. And then a few months later, you find you're not making any sales, the product is actually failing. So a lot of businesses have really benefited from understanding that design as a process, in actually not just, loving your darling, the first idea, this one will sell, and getting excited and running to the market, running to produce thousands and thousands, and then, they don't sell. Really learning the process of ideation and iteration, that the first idea, come up with 100, first come up with 50, 100, and then out of those 150 begin to, bring them down to 2 or 5, and then from those 5 begin to do some, market research, trying to understand various factors that will actually make the product succeed or fail. So for many of the businesses that we've been working with, a lot of it has been really tied to even waste management for those that are very product focused. Being able to optimize the amount of material that you're using. Many times, I think you've even seen with the beds, where it's overkill. You can't even lift the bed. It's like too much material has gone into the design, or
Beds, 3 beds. You can, in one bed, you can deck 2 other beds.
Absolutely, and then which actually, from a business sense, you actually make more money because you're actually making more out of less.
Can I add on something there?
Yes.
For all of you who make steel doors, you'll observe that steel doors, one of the elements that takes so much money is the frame. Am I right? This chintu cheba chokubali. But do you know that ideally you never see that frame again when you fix that door? Do you ever see that frame again? Can really a thief come and pull out a frame? It can't. So ideally, I can actually have a flat bar. Am I right?
Yeah.
As long as it's structurally competent to put the door in position, and then I close with the muchanga. But you find that all the doors that are above 500,000, 800,000 is because the external member nene knew. Please proceed.
Yes, so that's really one of the ways that people are immediately able to see the value of design. Another is also in the process. Another is in the process of making. A lot of organizations and businesses lose a lot of money from inefficient processes, so the systems perspective of design. So actually, if in some cases we worked with, I'll give an example of an energy efficient cook stove, where we're working with Yuga stove, which a lot of the entire value chain in the production of the cook stove was really using artisanal processes. But in mapping the entire process from the gentleman who's bending, to the person who's filling up with clay, to the other person who's molding, and the other person who's adding, going through each and every step and identifying ways to optimize the process and make it more efficient, less time consuming, your production process improves, the capacity for you to produce more increases. So the benefits are enormous, and in many cases for us, maybe going back to your question about design and whether people understand it and whether people appreciate it, I think for us, for a long time, we had to learn a simpler way of describing what we do without necessarily using the word design. So for a long time, would describe, I think even Emil and Marlin in their presentation talking about problem solving and improving systems, when you begin to speak that language, people begin to say, okay, I need that, especially for businesses. The other angle I would say that's really important is when you think about the numerous challenges that our context has. If we speak about healthcare, for example, our maternal mortality. A lot of the deaths that we have in this country are very preventable. We're recently working on a project in child safety around the home, especially in informal settlements. And, issues that children below the age of 5 die because, they stumbled into a saucepan while, someone was cooking and they were playing in the same place where the cooking was happening. Or, falling from the bed and falling because the bed was designed a particular way, or, struggling with so many different things that are, affecting our economies, affecting and exacerbating our mortality rates for children, for mothers. The project that Emil and Marlin was sharing is a solution of kangaroo care, which would replace wouldn't replace per se, but in terms of its value as in comparison to incubators, kangaroo care actually improves the mortality for premature babies by 40%. And this is just from a mother sitting down, having the baby on her chest for about 8 hours and, comfortably. But the challenge is we realize that our mothers are doing this in our hospitals where you're sitting on a bench, if you're lucky, and you're sitting there for 8 hours. This is a mother who has had a C-section, and maybe you have edema, your legs are swollen, or you're recovering as well yourself, but then this is important for your preterm little baby that needs this to survive. So you're uncomfortable, but you have to do it. So, looking at the role of industrial designers in actually addressing the problems, within our healthcare infrastructure, within agriculture is another key area which actually our economy thrives on. We speak a lot about the role of agriculture in this country. However, the value addition being still left, there's a lot wanting in that area. There's a lot that industrial designers can do in terms of design of agricultural tools. You know, a lot of our tools that are still rudimentary, you know, we're still using hose. And I mean, no offense, but you know, some of the encouragement about using these plastic bottles for drip irrigation, really? I mean, we can do better than that. So there's a lot that we can do to improve our value chain in agriculture, in education as well, in healthcare. So us responding to the problems that we have, we are the best suited to do it. And so this school is really a game changer.
Let me just add something small. She talked about industries, yes. Agriculture, medical. Let me talk about my industry, construction. I'm an architect, so I supervise projects. One day, I go to a project where they're casting a column on third floor. So the contractor had tried his best to move the concrete from the bottom where I was mixing it on a small pulley and pouring it on third floor. But we are casting columns to receive the fourth floor slab. So they had put formwork and the column was 3.5 meters, footing 12. So munenga ali waggulu kakati, because the umuchanga they were being poured on the floor, they had a mid floor where one of the boys was shoving heavy mixed concrete to a height of basically his height at midday in the hot sun. So basically this person has no option but to do that job, am I right? But he's gone. He will not even work for 2, 4, 3 years. So us as industrial designers, we must get a kit which takes the concrete from that level at least and pours it where it should go. So there are all these things like that Abigail is talking about, which are industrial design, and they are directly impacting real life. Because I'm going to go and interview those boys. I get to know what is the need. Then we shall come here, and then we design a pulley system that ramps concrete to that height. Thank you.
Kenneth, Abigail has touched on a number of interesting points related to value, creating value and tapping into the value in the different sectors as an industrial designer. And we all know here that at the end of the day, we all want to make money. So a business must make money. The viability of a business is not just about social aspects, but also the economic and environmental aspects and impact that it has. I would like to ask Paul, I know Kira Motors has done a lot of value chain analysis in the automotive sector, and from that we've noticed that design alone can contribute to over 40% of the actual value that you gain from a product, and the actual value it puts back into the economy. So I would like to know from Paul, how, as Kira Motors, have you tapped into that value in the products that have been released at the moment? For example, how has industrial design allowed us to tap into that value? Are the customers satisfied with the product? And would you say that industrial design was a key driver in the realization of the value that you've achieved at the moment as a company, as a business that is running?
So when a product is in the hands of a consumer or a client, depending on what the product is, what ultimately matters is, simply put, is it a solution to the need? And that is the gist of industrial design, thinking about providing a solution. You're solving a problem. And that means that you need to be intentional about characterizing the problem. Kenneth has just spoken to that young man who is mixing concrete. It's very hot, and casting a column, which is his height. And many times what we have seen at Kira Motors Corporation is clients could be not much aware of the fact that they can actually get the real solution with the necessary quality attributes. And most of the time they worry about the price point. And yet at that price point, you can actually get what you're thinking, what you really need to address the need at hand. So at Kira Motors Corporation, we certainly engage ourselves deeply in the aspects of industrial design to see first and foremost what the solution we are seeking. I recall there was a time when we had just introduced the electric city bus. There was a lot of discussion, really open colloquial discussion around the clearance of the bus, how it handles the roads and all this stuff. For the few people that had to engage, I was like, but you see, the clearance of a vehicle, especially public or a mass transit vehicle, is very important, because remember that people have to get onto the vehicle and get off easily. So it's not just a matter of making it so high so that, say, women in high heels are going to trip and fall and you're going to cause accidents. Abigail has been talking about design for safety in the homes. And these are critical aspects of when you're thinking through the product and how it's going to be used. But also, very importantly, ultimately, one of our targets is supply chain localization. How much can we be able to make here, not from just a competence perspective, because competence can be skill and competence can be easily acquired over time, but from a value added perspective in terms of materials, in terms of utilizing the right process blend with technology to deliver that product and deliver it again. And that's why I talked about series production. Most of the time, of course, we talk about mass production, but series production is in a developing economy like ours, is where you start, you're producing and producing and producing the same thing again. It may not be at mass scale, but you're producing this thing again, and it is the same in terms of the quality and capacity to solve that problem that is required out there. And as you're thinking about that, you're thinking about where simple things like the coverings, the seat covers are going to be made, which could be typically made within the context of the cottage industry. But how do we do that? And the threading and the seams are going to be consistently the same with the right quality, and they are not misaligned. And these are critical things. And some of the people we actually work with are artisans. When we worked on the Kayola coach, the model 2022, we had to bring in a school dropout who is a very, very good tailor to work on the roof cloth, and it has a lot of seaming and threading and all of these kind of things. And we sat down with him and we walked through the shop floor drawings and looked at the options of materials and how it's going to thread. And it's a very big thing because you're looking at a bus which is 12.5 meters by about 3 meters. So you're thinking, how is someone going to use our traditional chalan? Because they have an electric one. It's not the one of Ssemwogerere, but how are they going to use that to consistently develop those intricate designs in this piece of cloth? So it's important for us to integrate industrial design in all the aspects of not only the product life cycle, knowing that this product, if it's a simple cup holder, it is going to be turned and sometimes even abused. How can it have the resilience to sustain that kind of duty cycle, but also in addressing the key technical and functional requirements that speak to the solution that people want, while also bearing in mind that you would like as much as possible to short, medium, long term go after increasing and enhancing local content participation in all of these issues. So you think greatly on we don't as yet have, for example, for the 6 stands to mass produce 6 stands stamping is an industry standard technology. Stamping is expensive. What are the other ways we can leverage fabrication capacity here without being rudimentary? Because as Abigail spoke to the actual methodology we use to produce a product, a lot of inefficiency can result in the product being so expensive. And when it becomes so expensive, then you'll have challenges, given that still we have open markets, which we should encourage anyway. And we should build our products around competitiveness as opposed to direct industrial protection. So certainly industrial design is something that we feel for us at Kira Motors Corporation, away from the designated industrial designers. Everyone has a role to play in whatsoever they do to ensure that the aspects around how a product is going to be made the same product again and again across the different product portfolios we have is a critical aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. From the panelists we've had today, it's clear that really industrial design is relevant in our context, and we want to thank you again, Dr. Kenneth, for bringing this to fruition. Thank you so much for developing this idea and making it tangible and implementing it, and we look forward to working with you to seeing results beyond what we have seen today. We shall take 2 questions from the audience. If anyone has a question to any of the panelists. Any questions to the panelists?
I'm Angela. Allow me to keep this on because I imagine someone else is going to use the microphone after me. But this is who I look like. All right. My question is one of great interest. I was at a meeting before recently and I asked a certain question about if people were thinking about what architecture could become. So this is a question that may be answered now, but also one that we may have to think about, because it seemed like how we were taught in school, Dr. Kenneth, that you need a surveyor next to you. We might need an architectural engineer now next to the architect. Is this something that an industrial designer might be in place to feel, to deal with all those aspects that may come from the details that the architect has proposed? It's a bit complicated, but it's a future I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I would request Dr. Kenneth to take on that question.
I think it's important that, like Angela, you have said, to take on the details the architect makes. One of the things that is becoming apparent that practice as an architect, many times we do designs, but when we get to site, actually the contractor becomes wiser. He tells you, Mzee, tishizo butakola, and then you go through the rhythms of how do we make it work. So, because the product designer scales down from the big scale to the 1 to 5, you know, Angela, those things we do, your details coming from 1 to 50 to 1 to 20 to 1 to 5, and then us in product design, we do 1 to 1. Because then you have to see how does that joint come together in real sense, real size, you know, and you bring it together. So for me, my short submission, maybe Abigail, because you have done this more, you can add more. But for me, the thing is, as a product designer, we are going to have to think at a scale of 1 to 1. And that is a game changer. You know, it changes everything. Because then you begin to see that layer. Like when I was doing those windows, I designed those windows. I was able to discuss with the Levy the issue of the Z bars. I didn't have to have a 40 by 20. Okay, when I had a 40 by 20 as the surround, but my panels, these moving O-wing side sashes, I did them in Z purlins. But then I was asking, when we went ahead and said, tuinayo ogwa millimeter emu, millimeter biri, millimeter satu. So you know, because then the Z thing which is 60 by 30 If I go for 1 millimeter, it will wobble. So then we go to a higher thickness. Then we go to a higher thickness, means more cost. So as an industrial designer, not that we take the details of the architect, but there's that zooming into one-to-one. And when you get to that place, many things are revealed, and then the cost is affected immediately. I submit.
Just to add to that as well, I think that your question about the future, like what may architecture become, I think industrial design as well, even in the training that you're speaking about, our training as architects and how that could also be impacted as well. In many ways, industrial designers are actually trained to collaborate, like right from early on. You're trained to collaborate with engineers, with the person who might be a healthcare practitioner. You're trained, and actually you continue to be trained because it's a continuous learning that for whatever task that you are working on, if it's a manufacturing, agricultural product that you're working on, maybe an agricultural tool, you have to begin to understand, deeply about, this particular process. Is it in whatever sector it is, if it's energy, beginning to understand all of that. But also that doesn't take away from, the collaboration with the different technicians who come from these different disciplines. So maybe to just say that multidisciplinary collaboration is also at the core center of the success of an industrial design project, that industrial designers never work in isolation of these other disciplines, especially like you're mentioning that because you're zooming into the detail, the final detail of how it's going to work, how it will feel, how a person will engage with it, how does the body and the anatomy, engage with this product. The scale becomes more intimate, and so you actually begin to think at a more refined detail, but then at the same time, you're also having to bring in a lot of specialists and technical people from different fields to complement the development. And I think in many ways, our training should also foster and open that up. In many ways as well, I sometimes feel that, from architects as well, that we design these really grand, beautiful buildings, and then you enter and you get a different experience. I don't know if anyone has felt that before in some of our buildings, that you see it from outside, you see it in its grand scale, it looks beautiful, and then you walk in and you have to sit on a chair, you have to pick a bottle and drink from a cup, you're going to, lie down and sleep on a bed, you're going to sit up and look up in the, and look at the light. And unfortunately, the architect is not in those details. You might correct me if I'm wrong, but, and yet people are experiencing the finer details of, where they're walking, what they're touching, the light, the switch that they touch to put on, And so all of that is actually really important because it completely changes the way a person experiences
just give an example.
The building. Yeah.
If with your permission, Tacha, that I visited one of the Canadian designers. He was supposed to present, but he didn't. Adam Shepard runs a design company in Toronto. And I visited him when we went for lunch. He said, let's go for lunch. So I go and enter his car. And I think I don't know, the very model of that very year. So then I closed the door. Abigail talk about experience, the feeling, the body, the anatomy. For some reason, I have never been in such an atmosphere inside a car. Because it sealed it as if we were in a vacuum. And when he played his music, we are in a home theater. I'm telling you the truth. So I told him, this guy is very beautiful. Then he goes, these days we design for experience. That is what people pay for. Okay? So for that reason, when you enter his car and you close the door, and you enter a room, and you close, there is no way you can ask, what is the price of this car? If somebody ever told you that our room after closing with that sound, they say, so you're joking. So people are paying for experience. When I sit in this chair, the body is communicating that I'm comfortable. When I touch on a cold piece in the morning of a railing which is steel, it communicates. You know? So, and when it communicates, then you give it a price. Am I right? Automatically you give it a price. You know, look at a good shoe. When the maker, when it tells you the price, because it is a beautiful shoe, you don't even argue. I'll tell you no. You know, what I'm saying? So when you talk about experience and what you think, we are planning to begin designing experience that you get in my chair and for goodness sake, I give you 10 million and you don't even argue.
Definitely, that's true. Because I would also give, I think probably more than half of the people here have iPhones. But if you have an iPhone 10 and you have an iPhone 13, the differences are quite few in terms of the hardware. But the experience you're getting from the phone is probably what's making you buy the phone, but also the brand that has been established by iPhone. So you're probably going to buy a product, maybe not because of how much it differs from the other products available, but how it's making you feel as an individual. Do you feel like you belong to a special group of people, or do you feel a certain kind of pleasure from using the phone or from using the product? So I do like what you touched on experience, and just to also touch briefly on what Angela talked about, how the professions are being transformed, not only by the trends of the customers, but also by technology. It's a key driver in the way we experience products and the way that products are being used today. And you'll find that even architecture is going to be transformed, or is already being transformed by technology. And industrial designers as well are having to integrate more technology in the products they do, because that's where the world is going. And the topic you touched on earlier, incorporating market trends in the course that is going to be taught here, will be very important for us to stay relevant in the field. So in case there's there's one more question. Yes, please. Gentleman in the back.
It's not on. Oh, my name is Henry Shibiriki, and first of all, I want to say thank you so much to Dr. Ken for. I can't believe this is happening in Uganda, and it is being done by a Ugandan without begging money from government, working to Ssali Busuulwa and the rest of them to be able to make it happen. So now I know we can do it. Now, my biggest concern is I've been sitting here not as an engineer. I don't know anything about architecture. I don't know anything about designing. I don't know anything about, you've been speaking heavenly language to make it short. But I'm a consumer of what you are producing. My question is, how are you going to be able to make my needs, to be able, how am I going to be a stakeholder in this, that now, this is now in Uganda, because we have been consuming products which come here and they can't suit our market. Now the only pleasure we get is, I am having a suit from UK. Nayenga mwetha ya wano, ninga yambadde amagwa, ninga yambadde chigundi, uyambadde sweater, nenge sweater yes, ebbugumu lyayo lyereta si ya tropical Africa, ya winter, ninga bagirese to Uganda. Noberanga, you are just, I was touring your store there, the products you are using and whatnot, and I came across a baby cloth. When I was in the UK, every mother was walking with their baby in a baby cloth. When in Uganda babugula naye tebasobola kutambula nabwo ku nguudo kubanga bukola Bulaaya wano tebusobola kukola ki. Omama we Busiika wanene Busiika singa abakaguze kabeera mu ddiiro for sure, abagenyi bajja balabe nti omwana bamugulidde akagaali naye tasobola kutambula nako n'agenda mu katale. So how is Sasa going to be able to know that we can produce things which we can comfortably use? I've slept in hotels where I can't use a pillow. Nga gulingo diringa always that they read in the Bible nti Musa ne yebaka ku jjinja n'aloota eggulu. And I'm like, I've come to a hotel sirimu. So where are you going to close that gap where you produce a product njikoze nga munna Uganda mbeere comfortable that this was custom designed to the needs of a Ugandan in Uganda, on Ugandan roads, in Ugandan beds. There are chairs which we import, but you can't sit on them. They are good in the sitting room. Niebo ojichulamu otudde no ato okwesigama kuba kuganga to no kamba abakoze entebe eno abeeyo bo batula mu ntebe. How are you going to bridge that gap that we are proud of Sasanti ekola ebintu meeting at the needs of the consumer? Atenga consumer oyo tali literate nga mmwe ababitegeera simanya mubadde mubyogerawo nga babogera biki naye nze njagala product yange nge omuntu owa bulijjo so wa wansi owa bulijjo siri wa wansi ndi wa bulijjo njagala ekintu kyenfiitingamu bwe nsasula miliyoni yange nga tegenda kumbonyaabonya because the product is not designed to my needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very wonderful question. Earlier on, nasabye buli omu ali wano awandiike ekizibu ky'asanze mu byakozesa bulijjo, ebintu by'okozesa bulijjo. Okiwandiike ku kapapula. Sasa, that is the beginning of market research for Sasa. Because twagala okulaba nti abantu bakozesa ebintu bye balina nga bali comfortable nga bibajaamu oba oli muntu wa wansi oba oli muntu wa bulijjo ng'ekintu ky'okozesa kyekyo ky'olina okukozesa. So we had requested everyone here because we are trying to do some market research, and in industrial design we do a lot of market research and getting into the customers ne tujja ne twogera naawe ne tukubuuza kiki kye weetaaga. If I'm designing a pillow, oyagala pillow nga ya buliri bwenkana ki? King size, queen size, oyagala ya baby, oyagala ya muntu mukulu. So that's the beginning of market research for us, and I know the panelists here have a lot to say about it, but it's important for every designer to start from the user. Even whether it's in engineering, architecture, omuntu gw'ogenda okukolera ekintu ky'ogenda okukola y'alina okugaidinga ki? Design gy'ofuna. So we want to start with you and understand what problems are you facing as a Ugandan living in Uganda. What are the challenges you're facing? And that will be the starting point for the college when it's coming up with innovations and designs. But I would like my panelists to also say something about that. Yeah.
Thank you for that wonderful question. I wish my Luganda was better, but I won't attempt to respond in Luganda. But it's a really good question because, and it's at the heart of industrial design, is the human need. And even for countries like ours, which we are Africans, it's not even just the individual, but it's also our communities. You know, it's not just how it affects an individual. We are always very community-centered as well. So even industrial design in this context looks different from the way it looks in the West. Because the West, they're very individual focused, you know, me. But here, me doesn't work, you know. It's how does it affect our community? So also thinking about that aspect in the way that we train the designers in the college will be important. But back to your question, the person who the product is for is like the key focus in the design process. And maybe to add to what Thatcher is saying about market research, industrial designers go even further, and maybe because of the scale of industrial design and product design is that you're working at a smaller scale, which allows you to test so many things so many times. By the time you get to the right thing, you know it's right because you've engaged with the user, not just in research when they come to you and ask you, what do you need? What is the challenge? How are you feeling? How do you normally use what you have? Is it okay? Where are the problems that you get? Is your back paining when you're using it? Is the what, you know? And then you talk to the person and then they go away. Most times, if you're familiar with this, many people who design, who say that they design, they come and do that and go away. They come back and bring you the solution and say,
here it is. I remember what I told you. Here it is. You buy it now. You know,
Abigail,
like
they say olabo otya, kino olabo otya.
indeed. So Kati, now pay. So they want you to pay and assume that they were able to capture everything that you wanted from that one interaction, that I captured everything, now you have, and use it. Unfortunately, design doesn't work in that way. After you have told me your needs, I may not have actually understood everything that you're saying. And also, you might not have been able to tell me everything that you need, because sometimes needs are not easy to even verbalize. You know, you need something, nayenga, you don't have the words to use to describe it. And so a designer needs to be able to, yes, interpret the needs that you have said the first time, go come up with some sketches, maybe some prototypes. Prototypes are like a small, small version of what it might look like. Then they come back to you and say, so what do you think of this one? Also, there's this one. There's also, they don't show you one option. They show you like 10 or 15, 15 or different, many different options of how it could work. And then you're supposed to also say, no, this one is not good, this one, what if this one had this part here and then this other part, so you work together. It's very collaborative. And, at the end of the day, the user is able to say, all of these things need to change. The designer goes back, makes some changes, and then comes back to you with, okay, now see this one. But the fidelity will have improved, or the level of fidelity, what's an easier way to say that? Will have increased. You're closing in to the final product. And so by the time the final product shows up, in the market, you will have been part of the process. Yes. You will have even contributed in ideas of, actually, no, this one doesn't work. Let's put this here instead. So design is really meant to engage the final audience throughout the process, not just in research, but in development, in prototyping, until the final solution. And this is really to ensure that the final solution has been validated and tested and refined according to user needs. But even in that testing, you're also testing materials, you're testing, the process, simplification of the process, testing out different materials, testing out even, the ergonomics and the body, if it's an object to be used by the body. So you're testing so many things so that by the time the final solution comes, you have been part of that process. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and it works well for whoever asked for it. Yeah. No, thank you very much, Abigail. Yes, I think the discussion is getting exciting. I would allow just 2 more questions and then we close this session. The gentleman in brown and one of the gentlemen on this side.
There was a lady there.
Where? Okay, 3 questions.
Hello, my name is Francis Ssemwogerere. I'm from New Vision. I'm really happy to be here. And prior to this, I had a conversation with Mr. Kenneth, and it was really interesting. But I have one interesting question. And how are you going to guarantee Ugandans that what you're going to produce is quality? And there's already that preset mindset that what comes from Europe is more superior than what's being made here. So for example, you've made a baby trolley, it's here from Uganda, and there's this one from the UK. What strategies do you have in place to make sure that Ugandans have the trust in you that what you're going to create here is going to be sustainable, durable, and something they can choose over these products from the UK?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I feel like that question is a contradiction to the other question. Because he said what comes from Europe is not working for him. But you're saying what comes from Europe is perceived to be better quality. Maybe I can pose this question to Paul, who has actually developed a product that's working in Uganda. Paul, are you online? Would you like to tackle that question?
Yes, so there are 2 questions here. One is around consumer confidence in terms of can we deliver quality that is similar or equivalent to what the consumer here can source from the global supply chain, say UK, or Europe, or even North America, that we deliver the traditional German quality. And the other question was around really solution, providing a solution, because if a product has been made for sale, we know that most of the Asians are not German size, if we use that example. So if you design a shoe for an Asian and you bring it here, it may not serve the purpose. But also looking at other contexts of the suit that Uganda waffe yayogeddeko n'okola kooti nga yakwambalibwa mu London titi n'ogireeta Uganda. Ffe tulina tropical climate neba nga tetuusa mukolo mu ngeri nnyingi nnyo. Esooka ekwata nnyo obukyafu, ekwata dust otambula ku luguudo, ate n'okwokya n'owulira nga oteredde mu kintu ekyo ky'oyambadde ekyasakibwa ebweru ng'oli talowoozezza ku ngeri gye kinaakozesebwa wano. Ebibuuzo byombi bibuuzo bikulu. These are both very, very important questions. The first question of consumer confidence speaks to standards. And Sasa, I know, has gone a long way in looking at how you get the right credentials in place, you get certification from National Council for Higher Education. These things matter, and they also add to the cost of production and ultimately to the price of the product. Meeting standards is very important because standards are what speaks to quality. So one of the important things we do even at Kira Motors Corporation is being clear on the standards we are meeting, which speaks to quality. So that when you come to us and you're asking about something, we are speaking to certain standards that we say, this is the standards we have designed against, and we can show you that we've designed against that standard, and that can give you confidence. Of course, that confidence, the consumer confidence, also comes with the actual market validation and being able to see the product in use over time delivering. Ugandans, you may want to recall that we used in the 80s, and prior to that, we used to import plastic cups, plates, buckets, basins from Kenya. There was no confidence at all in what Nice House of Plastics was making. I think today, apart from people who import those plastic utensils as collectors, we find that there is confidence. Why? Because over time, the product has proven itself. So that also speaks to the time it takes to prove yourself in the marketplace. It's important for us to know that issues of consumer confidence will take time. It's not going to happen just one day. And even over that time, the designers and the entire ecosystem has to be consistent about quality assurance and ensuring that the product meets standards for people to have the confidence that they can substitute whatever they have been getting with that actual product. Whether it's a product as simple as the yogurt, if you're not going to do the right blend of yogurt and the way it feels on the tongue, it's not going to feel the way another one feels. It's an ice cream. Still, you will not find people substituting what they are getting from markets abroad with what you're having. So I think that is the question of consumer confidence, really focusing on standards, and also know that it's going to be some time for us to be confident in this. But we have seen in these countries which have been there for centuries that people have learned to and are confident even in their education system, learning at home. In Uganda, we still have challenges, even believe our education system. We find ourselves always preferring to go out of here to study. But you see, when today in places like China, even Malaysia, people want to stay at home and study at home because there's been a consistent pursuit for quality in those systems. And over time, the products have proven that they deliver the value that is required. Now, on the issue of fit for purpose, which was the other question, this is also a very important question. And as Abigail said, really, that is at the heart of industrial design. You really need to look at the consumer, the person who's going to use the product, and also the other things around the environment in which the product is going to be used in order for you to provide a solution. Because wherever you think about a product, you're thinking about a solution. So what is the problem you're solving? If you just bring a product that is made from somewhere by an industrial designer who was thinking about a different problem, like the winter jacket, a coat certainly you will be solving problem which is required here. A very good example we see in some cases, some of the attires that are used in the desert, and they are traditionally brought into the country without thinking why these people in the desert were using some of these attires to protect their hair from dust to so many things. So the answer to fit for purpose is really in the context of industrial design, and it's the essence of industrial design here, so that we do not rely on industrial designers who are not in this marketplace and do not understand the needs to address our problems here, but rather to rely on our native capacity, people who are here and are experiencing the problem, because as the previous panelists have indicated, it's the experience. How do I relate with the solution that has been given to me? That's how I will pay that price, however high it is. So fit for purpose, it's an issue of knowing what the problem characteristics are in terms of the user needs, but also the environment where the solution is going to be deployed. And on the other hand, of consumer confidence, standards are very important to develop that, and it comes over time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think the right answer is industrial design, because everything the panelists have described is the essence of industrial design. So that's what Sasa College here is here to do, and that's what we hope to achieve. We are preparing for our lunch break. I think I had 2 more questions. Those will be the final ones, and I would request our panelists to be brief in answering them. I have a lady in the middle over there. If you could help me get the mic to her, please. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Judith Twesime. I'm not an architect, neither am I an engineer. I'm a pediatric cardiologist, but I'm a consumer of a product. Ken is our architect, and we have enjoyed the product. I will mention a few things, and my expectations this afternoon were that Sasa College will train designers or industrial artists that are world-class people, and that the products will be world-class products. And my expectations are not only a college producing people out for the field, but I believe that we'll see products on the market that have product of Sasa academy on them. And so because of the standards that Paul is talking about in the field, when we see those products, we are sure and we are confident that they are very good products. Now, these are products that probably you'll use to sit on, products within your house. I have learned to trust systems in this country. I deal with humans, and Uganda makes drugs. So we have paracetamol of Uganda, and I treat children who are even a little more delicate, that don't talk. So if I prescribe a syrup of paracetamol or Puritex Junior made by Kampala Pharmaceutical Industries, I trust that this drug will do well. So usually people try out products on the market. I first try it out on my own children before I test it with other children. And so if my child responds, then I'm comfortable. I'm sure that I can give this product to other people. So I want to believe that Sasa is going to produce products that are going to be tried out in our houses, in our offices, in the hospitals. You talked about the kangaroo mother care bed. I was online and I was seeing that. And I said, wow. Now this was tried out, but even that pediatricians, we do not know that this bed is there. What are the marketing strategies for Sasa College? How are you going to market this college? How will people know about your products? Are you going to come to conferences as anywhere in this country? There are conferences all the time. Are you going to have, you pull up banners, your flyers, marketing your products and marketing the college, the students that you're training? I had an opportunity to live in Alberta, in Canada. And when I was shopping things for my apartment, I had a bed which was packed in a box. And I had to fix my bed. I mean, it was light. We packed it in a Uber. In Uganda, you have to get a fuso to pack a bed. So I had a bed, I had a couch that was in a box. It may just be a little heavier, but even a woman can carry it. I had a table for my television that was, I mean, portable. I had things for the living room that were portable. And it's easy to move. When you call the movers to transfer you, everything is put in a small car. In Uganda, you need to pay for a fuso to shift. So are you going to answer those questions? Are you going to give us products that will fit us? And we'll have a feel of them so that when we sit, they don't break. And of course, there will be a learning curve. We accept that. Are you going to have a mechanism where I can return the product and you replace without okusike miguwa? Because in Canada, you will call and say, I'm not happy with this product. And the manufacturer will say, oh, we are very sorry about this. Please, do you still have your receipt? And they give you a new product. And if there is even a promotional price, they refund your extra money. So I pray that Sasa will be different from every other thing on the market. As we train the students, our products will speak for themselves. So put up mechanisms for returning, mechanisms for publicity and marketing, and products that are lovely. I've been looking for chairs. The chairs on the market are huge. 7-seater, and you're paying 5 million shillings for 7. I don't need that. I need something simple. I should be able to clean under my chairs. They should be nice. I shouldn't put, what are they called, these throw-in cushions to support the back. I need something that is comfortable. So look at the chairs you're using at the front. Very beautiful, simple, and smart. So we're looking forward to that, and we're happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was more words of encouragement rather than questions. The last question will go to, there was a gentleman on this side who had a question, but if you're willing to give it to the other person. Okay.
Thank you so much. Very honored to be here. I'm called Abdul Kasoma. I work with an outsourcing company called Exquisite Solution. And Kenneth is an OB. But also, what brings us here today is something that talks to me so passionately. To differ a little bit from what the MC asked, I'm not identifying as a question, sorry, a problem. But I'm posing a question to Sasa, the institute, and the brain behind it. First of all, congratulations for dreaming big. And when I heard the PS talk about how the Kenneth he knows used to be running around, us were with him in Chuli would have a slightly different story from the running around, but it was always written all over him, the vision and ambition, and it's just so touching to see what this has come out to become. From what I do for a living, and it's where my question is coming from as we wait for the technology, we outsource call centers and outsource staff to companies, and this is what I want to pick out. When the oil and gas excitement came up, we were asked for people who can do welding, people who can do, especially I'll pick on the welders. My bottom line was, we sat as company and we're thinking, okay, these ones you can get even 10,000 or even 1 million welders. If you went to Katwe alone, you can get 10,000. If you made a tour of the country, you will get 1 million. Surprisingly and disappointedly, the people in oil and gas told us we do not have one single welder in the country that can touch the pipeline. Not one single driver qualified enough to drive any gadget within oil and gas. Not a forklift, not a bus, not a trailer, not a truck. And it was a shocker because we know the databases we have of people who are qualified and are actually actively looking for jobs. So the question I pose, and feeding into what the chief guest mentioned, it's surprising we are getting, is it American Institute of Welders, European blah blah this and that, to come and help certify our welders. Guys who have done welding from when they were 4 to when they're, someone turns 30, and they can weld even with their eyes closed. You still have to get an American in to train him or to qualify, to assess his ability to weld. So the brains here, the question will be, either what we've put in mind or what we intend to do to tap into, like the Netherlands guys, what they showed us. They say we have many designers. How do we intend to tap into the available resources of designers, raw as they are, to mold them into designers that are going to be, utilizable at international level? The same way you would look at this welder who knows what they do, but because of qualifications and exposure is trashed into someone who has never seen a machine or a welding gadget at all. Thank you so very much, but I wish to once again thank and congratulate Dr. Kenneth and the team for this brilliant achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Judith. Dr. Kenneth Ssemwogerere, thank you so much. My name is Brian Katamba. I'm a banker, almost close to 15 years now. Doctor, thank you so much for realizing your dream. They say if your dream is not big enough and it doesn't scare you, then you can never fit it out. So thank you for coming through with this dream. As I said, I'm a banker. And there are things that we believe in. When you guys speak about industrial design. These are fancy words that when you bring them across my table, I ask myself, where am I putting my money in this fancy word called industrial design? I've looked at your 4 modules that you've put across in this course. Every student that will come to you expects to make money out of the product that they are going to design. Once they come to me for funding, I am a little bit skeptical on why I should fund whatever they are designing, because when it hits the market, what is the comfort that it will be able to converge the coverage I expect? So the industrial design ideology that you're building up here involves a lot of stakeholders. Currently in the bank, we look at MDG sectors that have been earmarked onto us to believe can be able to lead us into a better working environment or a better life. We look at the P&Is, that's power and infrastructure, where there's telecalls. We look at the education, where we have the public sectors. We look at the oil and gas. And industrial design is a new idea in our heads. How are you prepared to ensure that all these stakeholders within the fold of business are brought together to know that once an industrial designer walks to me, a banker, I will automatically believe in what they are pitching? Most of them have dreams, the way you had one. My little brother, he had a dream as well. But he failed on the funding because amidst the fact that he used to put it across to me, I didn't see how I inject money into this and it will replicate. Most of you speak about what we call gestation period. Give me a month without paying interest. Those are the things that you need to fold into this course. That once someone walks into Sasa College of Industrial Design, you've taught them the designs, you've taught them the entire value chain of how they intend to attribute it to a customer's benefit. But then you've equally given them that other interface that when you need funding, these are the different questions that will be asked, and this is how you anticipate on answering them for you to convince a banker to be able to put in their money. Thank you.
Katamba, can you be one of our tutors here or something?
Yes, he should. Yeah, thank you very much for those words of insight. I think it's very important because many times we have the challenge of unemployment in Uganda. It's really something that's not going away. And we need to teach more. Yes, we've taught people, like he said, how to make a product, how to design it. Have we taught them how to sell it? Have we taught them how to get people to invest in it? And I think he touches on some really interesting points, Doctor. I don't know if you have any responses to that or some thoughts that you think we could adopt.
I think it's been a lot of learning. Thank God that we are having live streaming and that we shall go back and listen to these things. But one thing that comes out clearly that we need to be very, very strategic in attending to a particular dire need. In other words, we need to be succinct on what are we going to design for. We may not be all over the place, but we need to be able to know that this is where the real problem is. Okay? And if we sort it out, people will come actually and buy. And one of the things that we have in this country, there are problems, but they occur to us in different sizes and they mean different things, isn't it? We have a hospital going to be funded because somebody couldn't go there. Am I right? So all of a sudden we're going to fund it. We have a road that it was so bad, but until somebody did something, we have a bad spot on the road until somebody big dies there, then. So we need to scale. That's what I'm hearing from this meeting, that whatever product we shall be working on, we need to clear our heads at what problem are we solving. And in context, as in here, in our country, this is a problem. If you solve that problem, we will get there. Number two, I'm hearing like from Katamba, what Katamba said, and Doctor, what you have said, is that our students have to go through a lot of grilling to do proper analysis of the need, but also of the existing products. You saw the products we have on the shelf over there. And this is my appeal. Please bring us all your products you have. We want to create a library. We call it a product library. So one of the afternoons, we just go into that library to crack our heads on, did this thing work? Why didn't it work? How does it work better? So from the word go, we are very practical. We are touching. We are not being hypothetical. We are touching and we are figuring out that, oh, this bottle, abana bajagala nnyo, the one they take for school, they like it, but they have these issues. Then finally, the issue of research. I think Abigail touched it and also Thatcher. And we ask that please you give us audience. We'll be coming to you big time to do research, to ask you the hard questions, okay? What do you think? Why? And I know because of our training in theory, we will learn to double guess you. In other words, when you say this is actually what you're meaning. And then like Abigail said, we shall come back and double check that. So those are three things I'm taking from this meeting. That as we begin the school, we have a lot of things to work out. Still gray, but we will get there.
And maybe, Doctor, one thing I picked from Mr. Katamba's question as well was the issue of stakeholder engagement and getting the right people on board or the right people involved beyond the students, the lecturers, the customer, but also the private sector. If you're looking at, for example, you've designed a cup that Nice House of Plastics could buy your design and mainstream it or manufacture it at a large scale. That's a lot of business for a product designer or an industrial designer. So getting private sector players on board, I think many people here are private sector players. Yeah. Some of them may have problems that need solving in their factories or businesses. Some could be system problems, some could be tangible product problems. So getting them involved, and then of course getting the government involved. Government is one of the people that has a lot of money to spend. They have a lot of funding, like the Ministry of Trade, the Permanent Secretary talked about earlier. So getting them involved as well could also help in the marketing strategies for the school and getting students into the school, as well as getting a market for their products.
Something about private sector. I don't know if he's still here. Mr. Serunjoji, the director for St. Juliana, I think he left. We're doing some work for him at his school. He has about 5,000 students. 5,000. And we are doing a building for him, and when we reach the toilet cisterns, for some reason he was saying, I don't want toilet cisterns. I want to put a pipa so that the kids use water from that. And I was taken aback. So when I asked in detail, he explained something very interesting. That these days students are that mad that if you punish them, they come and pull down the cistern. Listen, that if you punish him, that they now park the school bus in full view of everybody. Because a particular student, if you punish them, they can come and pierce the tires of the bus and deflate them. So these are real issues. So we may have to design a system out of metal. In other words, you come and hammer it, it steadies fast. You get on it, it steadies fast. You know what I'm saying? So there are real issues of discipline, that we're going to narrow in, and that is 5,000 students, you can imagine. Now, if we figured out the needs of those students, so that's what I'm just mentioning, that I think I'm picking it right from here, that we should pursue those big scale, big influencers who have people in their command, and they're at that level, and they are facing real issues like deflating the bus tires. Anyway,
thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to our panelists and listening to us. It's been a very interesting discussion here. And join me in giving our panelists a big round of applause for the engagement. Thank you very much, Paul Isaac Musasizi, CEO of Kira Motors Corporation, Dr. Architect Kenneth Ssemwogerere, who is the Creative Director of Sasa College of Industrial Design, and Abigail, I didn't get the marital name.
Our guest of honor in absentia, the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, our overseas partners, the governing board of Sasa, our panelists, and all the presenters that have presented to us, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. It's with great honor that I stand before you here today to celebrate such a great milestone. But maybe before I give my speech, I want to introduce the board members that I work with. Those who are present, please stand up for recognition. And if you don't mind, please come to the front so that people can know that you're there. The board is constituted of, I'm wondering why he's not coming. I think he wants a special invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our board. We are a team of 5 people, but due to other unavoidable circumstances, the rest were not able to make it, but I'm going to introduce them. But allow me to have these people introduce themselves. They go back and sit, and then I'll introduce the other 3 that have not been able to come.
Hello, I'm Augustine Tamale. I'm the treasurer.
I'm Dr. Ssemwogerere. I am the director here, so I report to them in the meeting.
Please, you can go back and sit. So I've told you there are other board members who have not been able to be with us here today. There is Mr. Devi Mugamba. He's our board chair. He's not been able to come to be with us here today because of a very unfortunate incident that happened to him. He lost 3 children, actually, in an accident that most of you had along Buloba Highway. So he's not able to be with us here today. And then we have Dr. Andrew Kambugu. He's the one that heads our strategy department. And then we have our company secretary, Mr. Ronald. Those are the 3 of them have not been able to be with us, but that's the team. And my name is Sylvia Cheyune. I am the vice chairperson of this board. Sorry. And after the introduction, of course, one of the board chairs, Mr. Tamale, has given us a journey of where we've come from. We came to this place, I think the first time we came, there was only that one building.
What shall we say to these things? So much hurting and brokenness.
Design. And on my own behalf, I would like to welcome you all to this place. And thank you for honoring our invitation and accepting to be with us here today as we officially open Sasa College of Industrial Design. I particularly take opportunity to thank the founder of Sasa College, Dr. Ken Ssemwogerere, and his team upon this great milestone. We stand here today to witness results of passion, of focus, of resilience. And what started as a dream has now become a reality. What we see here evident today is evidence of very strong partnerships, very strong strategic partnerships that have been held between the college and the government, and between the college and the private sector organization. And we're grateful to you all, because without all your contributions, Sasa College will not be launching out today. So we want to thank you. And as a board, we are also glad to be part of this great achievement. Like the board member earlier on mentioned, we have majorly played an oversight role, especially during the formulation and implementation of the policy documents that were required actually before the college can be granted a license to operate as a tertiary institution. There were some requirements that were required to fulfill, and both the management team together, these were developed to enable us to get this license. Among the key operational documents were the strategic plans, as earlier mentioned, the HR human resource manuals, the financial manuals, the approved budgets and future projections, among others. Now, in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 4 for quality education, which targets substantial increase in the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment and decent jobs and entrepreneurship. I'm glad to report that the college actually aspires to become one of the leading centers of innovation in Africa, specializing in product and industrial design. From the discussions that we've had since morning, it is very evident that we can only be relevant if we tackle the real problem, if we understand the customer need, and if we do that design that actually will be relevant to our consumers or our customers. And therefore, the college pledges to build capacity for the people that we are going to train through this college, not only to get the qualification, but to be relevant and to be able to meet the real problem that is out there. From the discussions that we had, sometimes we think that we know the problem and we go out there and just invent or innovate our own solutions. But in this college, from the presentation that you also had, among the courses that we're going to do, there's going to be trained research. It means before a person is going to be trained, we must understand what are the demands of the market. What is it that we need to design that will, how do we build the capacity of those people that are going to meet this need out there? So we are not just going to train people just to pass, but to train people that are going to be relevant and who are going to ensure that when they go out there and design products, those products will actually be relevant in the marketplace, especially to avoid what has been wrong in the past, as we saw from the designs that were presented by our brothers from the Netherlands. So that is what we are here to address and to get away from that problem. And we hope and believe that we shall get there. And therefore, as I conclude, I want to thank everybody who has been part of this journey. It has not only been because the founder is very passionate or very energetic, but all of us seated here today and others who have not been able to make it today, all of you have played a very, very key role in ensuring that the college reaches where it is today. Your financial contributions, your moral support, your guidance have all been appreciated. Mommy and Daddy, in a special way, we want to thank you for having given us such a lovely and very intelligent young man, very passionate about whatever he goes out to do. We want to thank you for having raised him in such a way that he's very diligent and very committed to what he chooses to do. We also want to thank the universities that we've collaborated with. Some were mentioned in the opening remarks by the PS. The universities that have really been a big partner to this college, and they've made very huge investments to ensure that Sasa reaches where it is today. We believe that with the commitment of management, or the management team of Sasa College, and with the support from all the stakeholders seated here and those out of here today, we believe that Sasa College will achieve her vision. I want to thank you very much, and I want to end with a quote that says that before you make a dream come true, you must first have one. That's a saying by Ronald McNair. We see that there was a dream. It was not just perceived and left in the air, but somebody had a dream. And because that somebody, Dr. Ken, aspire to have dreams and work towards achieving them. Thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Chairperson, to the board for that wonderful speech. And thank you to all of us for being part of Doctor's dream and seeing it come to life. I will invite, we've been hearing a lot about this morning, all these innovations that will come out of Sasa College and the work that some of the students will be doing here. So I want to invite someone who knows a lot about innovation and intellectual property to give us a brief remark on what she thinks we need to do in order to protect our designs, to protect our ideas, and make sure that even if we are working remotely for someone in the US, they are not going to steal your design or borrow it and do something and then come back here and give us the same product that we could have come up with ourselves. So I would like to invite a representative from URSB to come and give us a brief introduction about URSB, what URSB does, and also what we can do better to protect our innovation. A big round of applause as she approaches the front.
Thank you, Thatcher, and all the colleagues who are here to witness Dr. Ken realize his dream. And I think as Uganda, it's not only Ken's dream, it's a dream for the whole of Uganda. My name is Farida Katerega, and I'm coming from Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And ours is an organization that is a government organization that does formalize businesses. We also register intellectual property. We celebrate marriages. And we also have a new baby on the block, which is simple. And this is supposed to help anyone who has their property that is valuable, that you can use to get funding. I had my colleague talk about bankers and what they look at for you to be able to get funding. In URSB, we have a project, we have a program where you can register your very expensive assets. Some of you have clocks, some of you have watches, some of you have phones, and in a way you might be wanting funds to do something else, but you don't. The COVIDX scenario, someone came up with an idea, but how would he have been helped to be able to benefit from his sweat? Here we are going to have people designing. I know Doctor has got an innovation hub. He talked about where people will go and think and come up with ideas. But when they put their products on the market, how shall they be helped to benefit from their ideas? In URSB, we have intellectual property registration, that if such people register their intellectual property, they will be able to benefit from their sweat, that whoever is going to go out there and use whatever product they've come up with, they will be able to get something from their sweat. And I realized that most of us are building houses, and the designs of the frames, every house you look at may be having a different design. If at all those people who are doing the designs are helped to know that whatever ideas they've come up with, they can register them and protect them, that whoever will come and say, njagala ngeri, will benefit from the person who thought about that idea in the beginning. So now that you're going to be training people that are designing different things, they're coming up with ideas from that innovation hub, which can be able to protect them. And URSB is there to register and help anyone who has come up with an idea, because we want to grow a nation. And this is a big dream. So, Doctor, if any of your students here come up with an idea, let's help them grow that idea, other than it going out in the market without them benefiting. So URSB is there to register that intellectual property, the patent, the copyright. We are there for you. And those of you who haven't got married, we also celebrate marriages for a few people. And also the businesses, that someone can come here with an idea and they also want to put it on the market, but formalizing their business so that whatever they are selling, I know Dr. Ken has always been coming to RSB, and I had one of the board members that has been mentioned, the corporation secretary. We work with them, so we want to help all of you who are coming up with the ideas. Intellectual property is a great area here in Uganda, but it can help us grow and even become rich. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I hope we've all picked a leaf from what she has said. I see someone waving at me. I'll let her answer that.
Yes, we have been used to the traditional marriages. When you make your traditional marriages, the introductions, those traditional marriages can be registered at URSB for recognition. And also there are some people who do not only do the church marriages, we celebrate the civil marriages, yes. And yes, your marriage to be recognized in Uganda has to be registered with URSB. And we have partnered with the churches, the mosques, that whenever they celebrate your marriage, there's some money they ask you to pay. And most of them file returns with us for us to have you in the government register. You might find that you know you're married with your husband, and at the time you separate or there's a divorce, you realize that in our records you're not anywhere and you're not going to benefit from anything. So if at all you got married from any church, you can go and find out whether they filed returns with us to make sure that you're on our list. You might be having a ring, but actually in the government's books, you are not a couple. That is what we do.
Welcome, Miss Doris Chevalier from France. We are here with a group of Ugandans launching the College of Industrial Design in Uganda, the first of its kind. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and tell us more about why you think the College of Industrial Design is relevant to Uganda and how you can support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all of you. It will be my difficulty to wake up during your digestion, so apologize for that. I am absolutely delighted to be here with you today, even if it is virtually, and I thank Kenneth for this invitation. I'm really honored to speak in front of this distinguished audience. And let me introduce myself in a few words. I'm a civil engineer, so my name is Doris Chevalier. I'm French. I'm a civil engineer, and I am also an expert in project financing, namely in the field of infrastructure. Today, after 35 years of career, I have structured and financed a lot of infrastructural projects, namely roads, tunnels, buildings, trains, metros, also solar energy sites, etc., for more than about $20 billion. And I would like, therefore, to tell you as a financier why I think this initiative is just excellent. The main financial reason is that the generation of added value in finance, and consequently for the national economy of a country, is mainly found in the transformation. What I mean by transformation is in the intelligence of transforming the raw material into a product. As we say here, it's the juice of your brain, which is key to add value and create economical value. And this is exactly what the economy does. It creates value through industrial design. Also, with industrial design, you bring two key items for financial success. Industrial design means the know-how of process management and of project optimization. And both process management and project optimization are key to learn how to perform successfully. And last, financially speaking, I hope that you will pay particular attention to the intellectual property of Sasa design, because this intellectual property, the label and the trademark that you will put on your design is the proof of the added value that you have put in from the raw material to the product. And this is a proof that makes it all tradable. And so that's why it's really key for the life of the country. I also do encourage this project in comparison to with my own country. And I beg you not to make the same mistake and that we have done here for the past 50 years. Do protect your economy to create jobs for your children. Here we are now submerged with made in China standardized item. And it means what it means. Made by job in China, not made by job in France. And it will be, I think, important, as it has been discussed this morning in the panel, to continue after the launch of the academy, to continue to build the value chain and build the items in Uganda. And I've heard in the panel this morning, people saying, oh, why should we buy these items? It might be not better than European ones and so on. I mean, for me, this is for the elite of your nation to show the way in buying those items, on making it fashionable so that the entire population is proud to buy it. Someone has got to show the example. Also, time has told me that there is no possible success without sharing human values, without transferring knowledge and transferring capacity building. And this is what I like in this project. It's always what I say to my own students. Do not take the excuse that you are lost to do nothing. You are the solutions. So you students are the solution. Just if you do not know how and what to do ask questions. Be always nice and make sure that every day of your life you learn something. I would like to say a few words about Kenneth. We met a few years ago at the United Nations, where I am an expert in public-private partnership financing, PPP financing, representing the private sector. And I immediately appreciate Kenneth's value. He's a great man. He's a gentleman. He's very humble. And that's why I want to say loudly and highlight his professionalism, his convictions, and his resilience. He told me very early about his project to launch this academy, and I found this idea smart and brilliant. Thanks to our exchanges, thanks to WhatsApp, I have been able to see the project progressing from the installation of the fence around the land to this magnificent building and this realization of today and to this opening. I think we must admire in this result the resilience and the obstinacy of Kenneth to achieve his objectives, always with greatness of sight and a well-defined and supported strategy. His talent is to never stray from his goals, and that's how he achieves them. This is an example for all of us. In this is a model of professional success, but also of life conduct for all the students. Life is not easy, we all know that. We do not all have the same chances, but whatever cards we have in hand, Kenneth teaches us that if our objectives remain benevolent for the others, if we remain being nice to the other, by being professional with hard work, we can achieve them. So I hope that, as I did, you will be able to see in this great gentleman the guy that he is for the youth of the country, boys and girls. And I wish with all my heart the greatest success in the academy. Have a good trip. Let nothing stop you. and I will have my glass of champagne to your health tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doris, all the way from France. Those nuggets of gold, you talked about creating value from our raw materials, and I concur with you. We have a variety of those raw materials deposited in our motherland, and I think Dr. Ken and his school will be a linkage that we need in order to transform that into value that we need for our economy and for our industries. So thank you very much for that, and we look forward to working with you in the future, to getting some funding to support us where we need to, and of course technical expertise where necessary. Thank you very much.
It will be my pleasure. It will be my pleasure. Do not hesitate to ask.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. So we've heard from Doris and many of the panelists today about creating value, innovation, the importance of innovation, and how industrial design is a linkage between innovation and our industries and manufacturing plants. So, but who is going to use this innovation? They say the future of a nation lies in its people, and as we know, Uganda's people are really over 75% of them are youth. So how are the youth going to be integrated into this? And with that, I would like to invite Dr. Hilary Emma Musoke, the Private Secretary to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, in charge of youth, specifically agriculture, value addition, innovation, and export promotion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I will not go through the protocol because I came a bit late. But I know everyone has been recognized. My seniors are here, Honorable Janet Mukwaya and the family, Mr. Chivumbi, one of my seniors. Thank you for really coming and making it that you come and attend this milestone of Dr. Ssemwogerere and the team. Really, we should give you a big applause. Let's clap for him. When Dr. Ssemwogerere came to my office some time back, it was on paper. Actually, we used to exchange and share the concept, add here plus here minus. I said, yes, now this is the missing link for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very much aware that you cannot think of industrializing the country without industrial designing. You can't. As they have told you, our Master of Ceremony, I'm Dr. Hilary Emma Musoke. Some of you call me Chisanja, but that one is a nickname. Private Secretary to His Excellency, the President in charge of youth in agribusiness, value addition, innovation, and export promotion. I also deputize Lieutenant General Muhoozi Kainerugaba under special operations. And I'm in charge of most of the presidential initiatives under State House. You've been seeing the President talking about industrial hubs, regional industrial hubs, the presidential initiative on skilling the girl and boy child, where we graduate thousands and thousands of young people who never went to school but from the ghettos, but they graduate with a skill ever after 6 months. And we've been giving them machinery and startup capital to go and create jobs and get self-employed. I also coordinate the presidential initiative on leather. You saw us launching our tannery in Kaumu a few months back, where we now have a full value chain of our hides. You Ugandans have been dumping those hides, selling them to Italians and Chinese, others taking them to Nigeria for food. You know, they eat them. It makes very good food. But you end up importing the shoes from Italy, from China, and you pay very expensively. Now the president said, no, let us set up a state-of-the-art tannery that will be able to produce finished leather. And here, Dr. Ssemwogerere, I missed you at the launch, but that tannery is going to change the leather industry. The role, why the president appointed me, the issue was to see how we involve the young people into production. Our elders, fathers, and mothers have deliberately destroyed this country, Uganda, by trading. Why trading? Because it brings quick money. They trade from China, India, America, Bungereza, South Africa. The wines that we can do, trading. The shoes, trading. The shirt, trading. The sweaters, trading. Imagine taking all our money into containers and throw to China. I'm happy. Even someone from France is complaining, is telling you, don't make the mistake that we did. Taking all the jobs of our young people, the youth, to China. I mean, this sweater was made by a ghetto girl. The ones we are skilling and knitting. We are promoting weaving. And these things can be done. These girls and boys, first of all, we don't need any certificate of P7, Senior 4, Senior 6. You come as you are. And you find that these people are coming up to be useful and productive in society. This thing is similar to one of the centers I visited in Ethiopia before we started that tannery and other projects we are undertaking with the president under textile. I think I've visited Ethiopia 3 times, benchmarking on how they have developed their leather and the textile industry. But their development of industries is premised on centers like these ones. They deliberately have centers where they bring younger graduates who come together, brainstorm on ideas, develop prototypes, develop designs, and then after, they have a department that commercializes them. Because now this is going to be a kitchen for ideas. And after, they test, then commercialize. You find we can't even make molds for products. Molds. Where our engineers can come up with the designs, maybe set up this thing. What is it called, Dr. Ssemwogerere? The one they put a lot of heat. And then the furnace, it is called for making molds, for making spare parts. It can be a furnace, but it is... No. I'll remember. Because we just need to set it up where our young people can come, sit in a room, brainstorm. I'm happy I saw some brainstorming session room there. Young people in Uganda are very intelligent. They can come up with designs, come up with the new ideas, innovations. It's good our people in URSB can now protect our innovations, because before a young person comes to your office, you know, I have those people who are always lazy at thinking, then they steal the ideas. I've found it hard. I'm fighting with so many people where young people come to my office, I had my idea, this one, stole it. Then you have to fight wars, you involve police. We should really see that we protect intellectual rights and patent rights of our young innovators. That's the only way we shall change Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, Uganda has potential to change. Uganda has potential to transform positively when we capitalize on our available peace, available raw materials, available human resource capacity, and what I can assure you, with a high level of unemployed youth and the growing population, coupled with a low industrialization, Uganda can go to first world and can create more jobs, because the moment we develop industries, Ugandan-based industries, that means Dr. Ssemwogerere will produce as many innovators as possible, as many factories as possible, cottages. Now we have a war we are opening with the president. We are going to community-led industrialization. He's setting up a full directorate under State House where we are going to go for community-led industrialization. Industries come in villages, sub-counties, depending on what is grown in those areas. It's a new project that we'll also see very soon. And that one, we also have the zonal industrial hubs where we are going to add value on whatever products that are being grown in a particular region. We want to see products made in Arua. Why would you bring Simsim to Mukwano in Kampala? Can't you put a factory there? You ferry maize from Masindi, from Kamwenge, to bring it to Chisenyi. Electricity is everywhere. Now it is time to go for community-led industrialization, to see that we provide jobs for our young people, we increase on their income, we increase on the GDP of the country. Let's make products made in Uganda, made in Arua, made in Busoga, made in Mbale, to see that we have uniform development of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, no one should deceive you. These other countries, let me show you an example. Who has ever seen a coffee tree in France? But they are the world's export of coffee. Cocoa in Switzerland. Have you seen a cocoa tree in Switzerland? All our cocoa from West Africa and here from Chagwa and Bundibujo goes to Switzerland. But then you buy chocolate back into your supermarket. Go back and make an analysis of your house and see how many products you have in your house that are made from Uganda. Then before you blame government, before you blame anyone, just know that you are part of those people who are destroying Uganda by promoting imported products. For God and my country, thank you for listening.
And thank you, Dr. Kenneth, for inviting us all here. I would like to invite you to speak to us, tell us your vision, and give us an opportunity to be part of it, as you have already done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it's going to be very difficult for me to say everything I want to say, but I'll try as much as possible. I know that people are following us online. Doris has just told me she has been following us since 9 a.m. in the morning. Very impressive. So please come for our streaming team. Where are they? Streaming team, wave to us. Thank you. And then the lady who handled this occasion, please wave. Where is Whitney? Please stand up for recognition. That lady owns this company that sets up all these things. So it's very impressive. So because the guest of honor is gone, so did they say, oh, protocol seen? No, all protocol observed, you know. Yeah, so you're welcome here. And one of our board members has just arrived. Council, please stand up for recognition. That is the man that has worked on all our paperwork. He's the board secretary. He's so thorough. He came with many people. Some of them I'm seeing them. Yeah, those who came with, and they won't wave, but anyway. So I want to start by just thanking God so much. This is amazing, isn't it? It's amazing, and let's give him a big, big thunderous clap that God has done this in our midst and is doing more. So and I want to thank you so much for all the time you have spent with us here since morning. Okay? I can see there are tables here, look at and say, this people here, how can he give me all this time? You have seen me seeing off a couple of people because I know they are going to work. I know they are, they have been here and phone calls are coming in. Dr. Judith here, she's really a high-profile pediatrician and doctor. So being here all this time, we know what it means. I can see MDs, I can see government officials, I can see high-profile people. Omulamuzi Sekana has just left, but apologizing. So I have to go. But this shows that how much you love us and how much you're committed. Please, thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. I'll start by, I thank God very much for today. As I've told you, I've been teaching architecture since 2004, where I began as a part-time lecturer. And then in 2009, I got my PhD, and then in 2010, I became a full-time lecturer. But I slept on the job a little bit. I just became senior lecturer last year. I think because of these things, Professor Bale, like I've told you, was my classmate, was my roommate in Northcote, and now is a professor. I'm still at 2 ranks down. Anyway, we will get there. So the issue is that being a senior lecturer, I've been able to see many students come through my hands. And so for me, that's a lot of pride, okay? So in order to give you an understanding of how this came to pass, I need to give you some chronology. And because I practice as an architect in my firm, you'll notice that I do so much work on site. So I interact with the site live. I see buildings come to pass. And because I do that, I see very many things that are amiss on our construction sites. Okay? That's why I'm fairly strict when I come to deal with construction. I know that whenever you make a mistake or you cut a corner, it will catch up with you. So that's one interesting trend that I found out is that usually when we design new houses and you finish roofing, you don't come back to us as architects. When you're putting windows and doors, you go to somebody, and this person is dealing in an open-air shop. And this person, you go there, you say, I want windows. What does he bring out? An album, isn't it? Album. Now, there is this one, there is this one. For some reason, in a minute or two, you have selected your window. Now, fellow architects, you do window schedules and blah, blah. Those things don't talk. They don't make sense. So the deal is cut there, $1,15,000. You pay off $5 million. The next time you're coming with a fuso to load your windows. Am I right? Am I right? But ideally, these people, while they're doing our windows, they're not actually designers. They're actually welders or fabricators who went through technical school, and then they got a skill, and then they did one window for a person, another person, and all of a sudden they're now high in the skies. That's why when you're looking at the burglar proof, somebody does a beautiful house, but when you take a photograph with him with the burglar between the two of you, he's in prison. Am I right? There is no clue of how it comes that this 500 million house has, and maybe they're designing, some are flowers, others are S, others are C, others are U, isn't it? But even the material is very strong. Ideally, by the time a thief brings to come and kulumba in that burglar, he's ready for you. Okay? So ideally, when I found out that, I began researching in 2017. And actually, at that time, I got a client, and he's not here. I really begged him to be here. I just want to recognize, Mr. Mugaga. Mr. Mugaga is a simple client. He's not here, he's abroad. But, one time he says to me, I'm going back. So I say, where did you live? Then he tells me, I live in Australia. I am our chief administrative attaché at our embassy in Australia. So I tell him, no, I have to come and visit. Now, by that time, my research was at its peak. I had got to find out, I had gone to Lugogo, I had gone to Nakawa, I had gone to, I don't know if my team is here, the people from Kabalagala, Kansanga. I had invited them, the Nsambia people. I found them doing a lot of work and using very rudimentary equipment. Somehow Moti says, he pushes the piece this way, it pushes this way, it puts a hole. Again, another one. Somehow they're pulling it off. So I go to Australia. He invites me, I ask for a visa, I get a multiple visa. 1 year, I go to Australia. Now, I Google, and I found that the University of Canberra has been doing industrial design for like 40 years. University of Technology, Sydney, same thing. So I get to Mugaga's house, and Mugaga says, Munange, tuli busy wano, do what you can. The house is there, the bedroom is there, sort out yourself. Remember, I had written to the University of Canberra, and they had asked them, can I tour? So I wrote there, and then I signed off as Dr. Ssemwogerere. And with these titles, people admit easily. I think Dr. Musoke can agree. Once you sign and you end, some people don't put doctor this way, and they put PhD at the end. For some reason, people reply. So people aspire, please aspire for those titles. So people reply. So they replied and said, we shall wait. I remember it was 20th September 2018. I landed in Canberra. I got to the university. I looked for the block. Abroad universities, you can look and you are lost, isn't it? So anyway, I get to the department. They were waiting for me. Oh, there's a PhD lecturer coming. So I get there. I knock on another guy. They're all online, actually. I think they must be watching. So I get to Stefan. I think it was called Stefan. So I meet him. He gives me audience. He takes me around. Mesmerized. Now, because miracles happen, I don't know how many of you believe miracles happen. Sometimes we, who are Christians, want to go to first shake this tent, lift up some pieces. But somebody doesn't have to do that. Look at this. I get there, and they tour me. And do you know what's happening? They have just got their new digitized equipment. New, brand new. It's a computer. All the lathes are, and they're replacing the old. Say the old. I can't hear you, the old. So they take me around. They show me this is a lathe. This is a band saw. Then along the way, the Muzungu says, yeah, we will see how to do this equipment. Yeah, we will see, but let's see. That I pick it up. I say, okay. So I remember I came back here, end of September. I wrote to them and said, I'm interested in that equipment. Because my research had revealed that those people don't want theory. The craftsmen don't talk theory. Without a machine sounding, you are just dumb. You're not yet talking anything. So I knew I needed equipment. So, cut the long story short, they tell me, I remember it was 15th of October, 2018. They write back and say, the faculty has agreed to donate this equipment if you can ship it to your country. So the equipment you see in that workshop was donated by the University of Canberra. Yeah, entirely, okay? Now, the story doesn't end there. They say, but they can't ship it. So poor me, I say, now how do I ship this equipment? Now, remember, these are heavy-duty equipment, isn't it? Heavy-duty, very heavy, containers. So I say, I'm going back to Canberra. Because if I ship this equipment without knowing which equipment is for where, I may get here and we mess them up. We put this band so instead of so I get to the plane again. Now, this time around, I had to cut down the costs and cut them out radically. So I take a flight. Now, those of you who have flown, look at this trip. I fly from here to Joburg. I fly to Joburg. I get to Perth. Perth is across the other side of Sydney. You know, Australia is like a ball. Perth is this way, Sydney is this way, and I'm going to Canberra. Are you hearing? So I fly from here to Joburg, Joburg to Perth, Perth to Sydney. Then enyonyi nenjiwumulamu nenga kati ziweddemu. Kakati kangende ku bus. So I took a bus from Sydney to Canberra, about 6 hours on bus. So when I get on the bus, somehow we get in traffic jam in Sydney, and the driver stops along the road and says that I have driven more hours than I should, so I have to rest for 45 minutes, and then we proceed. Now remember, Nakubieda almost 28 hours on flight, long flights. But I had to get to Canberra. Look and behold, I get to Canberra, and they have organized the Vice-Chancellor to hand over what? Equipment. Now, Kadugalama alone, say, you are alone. So you have to compose yourself in those circles. You know, you need really to have your act together. So I get there, and they are waiting for me. Everybody's waiting. And, you know. So anyway, at some point, I inquired if I should invite colleagues from the embassy. Anyway, that's why I won't say that. But anyway, we go there, and they hand over. Now, I had wired money so that I can get a container, find me in Canberra. Hey, so I saw my container show up with the mkono, puts it down, they begin loading my equipment, say, employing Bazungu. They load my equipment, and load my equipment one by one. They lock it, then they lock it while I'm there. Ba, 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 and they lock it. Then I saw it go to what? To Sydney for shipping to Mombasa, then to here. So colleagues, that's how the equipment comes here. So I elected, logged in, I come back here, I wait. Now, lo and behold, the equipment arrives earlier than I had thought. I remember it arrived 19th January 2019. Okay? Now, the shipping agent hadn't paid fully. I owed him $7,000. And I had to clear that money. So he calls me and says, because I don't know you and I know you're coming from Africa, if you don't wire my money by this date, I'm instructing the shipping company to dock, but keep the container on the ship and it returns. So quickly I look for money, and I was able to get one friend of mine who gave me $7,000. And I paid the Mzungu that night. Pa! You know? Now, the equipment arrives, URA, say URA. Then I begin to find taxes. Say with me, taxes. So I go and meet some people. I had a friend of mine by that time in URA. So I explained to him, these equipment are going to what? Please help me out. Pambi Chisali, I honor you wherever you are. He was able to get me some zero, I think, import tax. They gave me a code, and I was able to get them. They didn't pay taxes for. I think I paid other taxes, but not import tax. So they waived that for us. So URA and ED aware. I know you're online. Thank you so much. At that time, I got the tax clearance, and I didn't pay taxes. But where were they coming? Say you and me, no. By that time, we only had that brick thing. You see that brick workshop there? It wasn't. It was halfway. Say with me, halfway. So the machines have arrived. I don't want to keep the container. I have to offload. Once I'm paying taxes, I tell the man, drive to Busiika. Very confident. Drive to where? I pass via Wais. I buy Matundu Bali. Say with me, Matundu Bali. Kanaga Buru. They offload that container. It goes back because the more you hold it, the more demurrage you will have. So the builders were here, so I charged them that, I turned the gun on them. I said, you are the ones who have delayed me. I wasn't having all the money. Anyway, you're going to be the security until you roof. So the machines come in and we cover them. Okay? And then that's how we get those machines in this place. And then I had all these ideas. Please, you can take them to Waise. Bijira bitukake Waise. Okolechi? Sente. But I'm glad to say that those machines have never made any single coin the last how many years? 3 years until now. Because I was very clear that they had come for the school. They had not come for business. So to cut the long story short, that's how the machines come here. So then we begin building the other facilities that you have seen. So I want to thank God so much that there is no borrowed money on this project. Entirely. And all the money that you see here has come from our firm. So we made a resolution as directors of this firm, of Sasa Architects, that all the money will go to Sasa Industrial Design Academy. So this is how far we have come. So that is the story for the machines. The other story I won't tell you now, but I think I need to introduce some people now. I don't know if Haji is here, my principal is here. I don't know, I saw Haji somewhere. He had come finally, he had a patient. I don't know if Haji is here. The principal is here. I want to introduce them now. They have been very brilliant people. Okay? Haji, please call him for me. Like he's going out of the gate. Somebody will call him to come back and introduce him to you. Because he has been such a security. Say with me, security. He's a very senior man, so he's elder in age. And so whenever I come here, I'm assured Haji is there. He can control this place. So that was the story for the machines. So when I did that research, the machines came here. I know that those universities have been giving a hand. University of Canberra, UTS. But you see, all the stories aren't the same wherever you'd go. I remember, I will give you this one because it was very moving. I go to TU Delft, I go to Amsterdam, and I have a meeting. I had a meeting in France, but the visa, I got it from Holland, so I had to be in Amsterdam for some days. So I look for TU Delft, where Emily comes from. You saw Emily? So that is Haji. Please give him a hand clap. Haji Sebo Kulaba, webale omulimu, webale nyo byonna, yeah. So TU Delft, I go there and I go on a train. Now, you people, sometimes in Europe, you have money, but you don't have money. I know. All the people here who have traveled know it. When you get there, the hotels are very expensive, so you better cut down your budgets. So I get to the train and I travel 2 hours, 1 hour up to Delft. And I had gone there to see, again, their design school. They are celebrating 50 years of industrial design. So I get there, and for some reason I get to the dean's office, and they tell me the dean is very busy, he can't see you, but you can go and see the students' body. So I go to the students' guild, I get there, and the girl tells me, we can't tour you the studios, but we can show you around our canteen. So I remember I walked away saying, never nag, chino chinsazi. So anyway, I walk back, I get to the train, then I come back to my room. Now, God being God, he moves them. And they write to me an email that evening that Dean apologizes, they weren't able to see you, but he wants you to choose off these dates, which dates you can do a Zoom meeting. So that's how I meet the Dean for the TU Delft, very big university. That's how I get Emily and Merlin, who talked here. So we meet, and then the rest is history. They are helping us with curriculum, you know. So I want to thank all that story I'm telling you because of our partners that have stood with us, okay? So I want to thank National Council of Higher Education. I want to thank the, because when we asked for a license, it was not a simple thing. And thank you, Tamale, and thank you, the board, Madam Sylvia Council, for guiding me on the documentation. It's not a very simple document. We began in June 2020. We got our license in June 2022. 2 years of back and forth. That's why people operate without licenses, because sometimes they think you can cut this long story short. So we are going to start this course, but for us to start this course, we want to highlight one thing. And I know I'm disappointing so many people. Many parents have been calling me, friends have been telling me, oh, mwana wange amala S4, S6, onomutwala. Unfortunately, we have changed strategy just for your good. We will be taking people who have degrees. Now, it's very rare to find an institute who's taking degree holders. But that's where we need to start. Because industrial design is very high profile. It requires some basics, okay? Yesterday when I was on Busiika TV, thank you, Mr. Tamale, for giving me that slot at Busiika TV with no pay, okay? Thank you, Mr. Tamale. You know, big is small. What do they say? Big is what? Big is big. I was just getting calls. But ugambye tujje tukulabe. You know, a TV journalist telling you, bakugambye nchi obere ku program. Can you imagine? You know, anyway, big is what? You should have the right friends. Anyway, so, yesterday the man talked to, are you get Debubi? Because when I was concluding, I didn't say that. But the man concludes and says, era kosi tezenkanankana, ekira kujinacho, ngabo muwulidde, ono, ayagala, balina degree, gwatamanyi kuwandika, toyita kachicha, tajja kutwala kachicha. The man said, his poetry, I mean, that was not nice. And to tell people that kachicha, you know, he said, if you don't know why to what somotoja. Anyway, the idea is that we want to use the next 3 years to train the first homebred industrial designers who are going to go and open up farms. So I want to appeal to my graduate architects and all architects here, people who have finished from Umu Bachelor of Design, you must quickly go and register, because this is going to be our first cohort. And the idea is in 6 months, pressure, and when I say pressure, it's pressure. I know the students are laughing, but anyway, pressure is what? Pressure. Weekend course, Friday to Sunday, sleeping 4 hours, 6 hours. Anyway, we'll sleep more hours. But it will be very hectic so that we can be able to get you out as a person who can open a farm. Then you can know that there is a design farm in Nankulabye. There is a design farm. So we shall equip you with everything it takes to be able to come out as a designer. Now, once that team goes out and opens farms, then we shall begin the S6 people who are going to become the support staff. I don't know if it makes sense. It does make sense, yeah? So that we can begin training the lower cadres who are going to go and work in those farms. Because if you train them now and you give them, they don't have where to work. They will struggle. And the school will die because we got it wrong. So starting March, so the registration is ending mid-February. We are starting on 4th of March. So any degree holder with Bachelor of Architecture, I mean art, design, software engineering, please come. Let us start this thing. So I want to end by, addressing 2 things. One, our vision. I think if they can shoot it up, our vision is we are going to be a trailblazer in design and innovation for manufacturing using industrial design principles. Trailblazer means we are going to kusagula, open the way, like a siren car. We're going to open the way, okay? Even if the devils or demons coming down, we must open the way. We are going to get properly trained industrial designers, okay? We have all the books, we have all the facilities. Number 2, our mission is to create cutting-edge designs using the art and science of industrial design. Cutting edge means we get you something that you're like, wow, this is designed in Uganda? Yes. So Ugandans are very lucky. And I know that now that our doctor is here, His Excellency, I may go to Entebbe very soon. Anyway, the thing is, we are up in arms, we are ready. I want to just thank you so much. I see high-profile people here. I can't mention everybody. But I think I will just mention some for a reason. When we were in S6, we were in Chibuli Secondary School. And we did a clique of 4 people. And I wish Bali hadn't gone. I had never got a chance to have all those 4 people in this place. But now I have 3 of us. So Bali is missing. Professor Bali, who was here, was the 4th person in this group. But in our S6, we were 4 people. And we used to pray a lot, Tamale, but now maybe, yeah. Anyway, we were myself, Mr. Tamale Agustin, and Honorable Iga Michael. Please stand up for recognition, because those are, it was Irunda, we fought battles, we prayed so hard, yeah. And then when we finished, please sit down. That year, I went for architecture, because Chibuli didn't have an architecture student for like 3 years. Then Iga Michael went for medicine, and then Tamale went for commerce, and Bale went for social sciences. So God was gracious. And we have worked together. Professor Bale was the first person here. Okay? So when I go to Makerere, I can knock on any office because Professor Bale is up there, isn't it? Yes. So I want to thank those people. And then I want to thank people like, I want to introduce somebody very important in this country who you need, because all of you drive cars. And Andrew Kagoda, please stand up for recognition, engineer. Yeah, he's a very humble man, but that is the man that is the ED for the place that issues your driving licenses. So any of you who have gone there and picked your license in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, wave to me. The service there is awesome. Please, Andrew, please take back our feedback. We are very, very happy that you are here. He was my roommate when we entered campus. But he had some stories which I won't share here. But anyway, and we are very happy to have you here. So, members, I'm very happy, but I want to close this. I want to thank Sentogo. Now, I have named these buildings as you have seen. Architect Sentogo was my employer for many years, okay? From 2000 and 2007, he was my employer in architecture. And at that time, he gave me everything. And, there are people here you see and say, how can this one sit here for this long? I should recognize Mr. Seguaya. Please, Mr. Seguaya, also stand up. You came here when there was nothing. You believed in us. Please clap for him. Mr. Seguaya is the Chief Financial Officer for Absa Bank. So please clap for him again. Yeah, he's the money man. And at this point, I want to lift every member of Alumni Fellowship. I can see our chairperson is here. Please stand up also for recognition. Alumni Fellowship is a fellowship I started in 1999. Alumni members, please wave to us, wave to us, wave to us. So those guys are going to stay here overnight for a prayer meeting. So abalokola abasobola okusaba musigale naye mwabayitamu edda. It's okay. Anyway, so shall be here for an overnight. Now I want to recognize my family. I think I need to recognize first of all my brothers, my brothers and sisters. You saw Daddy in the morning. Mommy is still here. So my students, this is my mother. I didn't drop from heaven. Yeah. So Mommy stand up for recognition also. Yeah. And then that table where she's seated, she has a team. Professor Kabogo's and the wife, please stand up for recognition. When I was doing my course in Russia, Professor Kabogo, they used to send me money in dollars. Professor Kabogo, thank you so much. Mr. and Mrs. Chitaka, please stand up for recognition. In case you want to know Mommy's secrets, Mchala Chitako, Yamanyi Binji. Where did she say? What did she say? Where did he put this key? Where is this title? So, Mchala Chitaka, you're also very welcome. So that is my father. My father left, but he was here also. Now my siblings and your wives, please stand up for recognition. Andrew, I saw Steve left. Brian, you're here. Yes, Andrew. Aha, that's Andrew and the wife. That is Andrew and Mrs. Andrew. Then that is Katamba. Then everybody from home, Mommy, hey, there you are. You look after Mommy. Please stand up. That table has her. So anyway, now my wife is really not feeling well. She's sick. She had actually a cannula yesterday night, unfortunately. So she pulled out. She couldn't make it to this place. But I know she's watching online. Now I want to ask Elisa to stand up also. Elisa did us a good job here. Please stand up for recognition. He was the person who was in charge here. Yeah. And then my sons, I came with 3 boys. I have top security, SFC. There's Destiny. Where are the 2 other people? Destiny, please stand up. That's my eldest son. Okay. So he has been in charge here, coming around. Divine is not here, my eldest daughter, but she's watching online. She studies in Canada. So she came and went back. She couldn't pick it here. So basically, that's where. Now, my wife has siblings who have made it here. And so I want to ask Eva. I saw Eva. Please stand up for recognition. Eva, that's Jessica's sister. Then there are those. Mr. Ssali, we're happy to see you all the way from Boston, Massachusetts. Please stand up. Anyway, those 2 guys live in Boston, so they just came in that day. Yeah. So, Peace is a sister to Jessica. Mr. Chibidige was here. I want to recognize him. I don't know if he left. So those are the people I wanted to recognize. And so everybody else, I know that you have done a good. That's why you are here. That's why you are here. I have selected you people and you came. So I can't go on. I think our cake should be up and now. We need to start cutting the cake. So I want to finally thank everybody. Anybody from Kosa 94, the year I finished Chibuli Secondary School, who are still here, I think they have left. There, Bwanaiga is here, Kasoma was here, Mulamuzi was here, you know. So I have architects, American architects who are here. Architect Patricia and your husband, I saw you. Architect Namaguru, Christian, please stand up for recognition. Where are the architects who are here? Yeah. Yes, those are lady architects who are here. Thatcher didn't stand up. You're an architect also. Thatcher is our MC, and she has done this occasion for free. She's been our MC for 0 money. Thank you so much, Thatcher. You know, she charges quite an arm and a leg. If you wonder her, you talk dollars. Anyway, that's a joke. But anyway, she has done a good job. So I want to close it here. I want to thank the Bishop of Namirembe for guiding me on many things. I want to thank my professor, Arinaito, who came here in the morning. I want to thank the Department of Architecture. They have been there for me. Nawangwe, Professor Nawangwe, our Vice Chancellor, is just awesome. He's a call away. So I'm very glad to be in a university where the big man is on. Mr. Chivumbi, say, well, you're welcome. Mr. Chivumbi is another humble person who works in the Vice President's office. Our CEO for Werinde, who gives us insurance, please stand up for recognition. That lady gives insurance for free. Not for free. You pay, but she leads the Werinde insurance. So I want to just thank God so much. I want to end by thanking the government of Uganda and the First Lady. She in absentia. The First Lady could have easily been the guest of honor here, but you know protocol, and when you invite high-level people, the occasion becomes a state function. Am I right? Am I right? All of you should have done COVID tests, Richo, if it was Mama to come here, but we do some work sometimes, and I'm very glad that Mama has been supportive in many ways, and I'll continue seeking more advice. So I just want to end by thanking you, everybody, for coming here and being a blessing. And this is the good news, and I think you'll give me some gifts. You know, Mrs. Serunjoji, this day, many years ago, she was in the labor ward. Yeah, she was in the labor ward. So today is my birthday, by the way. Today is my birthday. And I did it intentionally so that it is easier to count the number of years the Institute has made. Am I right? So I'll just be topping up from what I am now as we count. Whenever I make a year, the Institute also makes a year. So happy birthday to myself. And I'm happy. I just want to thank Bwana Mutiawa. Thank you for bringing Daddy and Mommy, you know. And everybody, I can't stop recognizing everybody. I can't stop because I don't know who to say, who I don't say. Our service provider, Fanon Reno Pictures, please wave to the people. That guy has taken our photographs ever since we started here. My students, please wave to the people, those I'm still teaching now. I know I'm hard, but it's okay. Yeah, so everybody here, Farida, my cousin, niece, and your husband, you're welcome. So I can't stop thanking everybody. Mishala Mukwaya, I mean, everybody I'm seeing here require. Now, I will finally just thank Abokucharu, Busiika, Busiika bakyasigadde, n'abayise officially. Kakati nje okusaba, tubuzayo kugulawo bus. I want to give you the story of the bus, then I sit down. That bus wasn't a donation, so let's clear that also. That bus is a memory for me. I had to put off some very prime land. I had a piece of land which was viewing the airstrip. You can imagine seeing the airstrip, planes landing and taking off. You know what I'm saying? You would say that is Emirates. This is, by the way, Swan Air is here. All the tickets I've been talking about. Madame Prosi, please stand up and wave to the people. Madame Prosi of Swan Air. Yes, that lady sells tickets for free. No, not for free. She works with Swan Air. All the tickets are, Michala Mugero, wave to the people. We recognize your presence. So I put off that land, and that is the land that has constructed these 2 dormitories plus our van. Now that bus will keep time. So if it's going to pick you somewhere and you don't keep time, yeah, I know many people are laughing. But anyway, that bus will be keeping time. If it picks you at 4, tusimbula ku saawa 10 egayaza, erejja kuba 10. I got the license, by the way. So far now I'm the driver. Thank you, Andrew, for giving me the license. I have a license for driving omnibus. I'll drive it for you. Katono Wano in the compound, you know. PhDs also can drive buses. Am I right? After 2 years, I'll apply for Gaga. Anyway, colleagues, I can go on and on. But let's have the cake cutting. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Tujja kubala from 10. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Congratulations to Dr. Kenneth and the team here at Sasa College of Industrial Design. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ken. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. We have another surprise for you. Yes, we knew it was your birthday. So this is a surprise from our event organizer. And we wish you the best. May the new age bring blessings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here today. Special thank you to our organizers, Dr. Kenneth and the team, for organizing this wonderful event. Our service providers, the media team, sound team, the events coordinator, the food, and everyone else who has been here with us. The people online, we thank you so much, and we wish you the best. Be part of us, continuing supporting Sasa College of Industrial Design. With that, the event is concluded. You may leave at leisure, and see you next time when we are probably celebrating our first graduation. Thank you so much.